Morning, everybody. 10 o'clock and we're live. A few announcements to make before we start. To note that I, Tani Tisu, been appointed chair of the review for the duration of this work. I'd like to start by welcoming everyone to this. Not often been in this room, usually in a very large room, so nice and cosy. I'd like to start by asking my fellow members to introduce themselves. Starting to my right, Fiona Guest, please.
Fiona Guest, Conservative County Councillor for Hemel Hempstead North West Division and a practicing community pharmacist. And I do have a declaration of interest because one of the witnesses, Naomi Bignell, is known to me. Her husband, Mark, is one of my party's activists in my county division. So I won't take part on the discussion which she's involved in.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stella Nash. I'm Conservative member for St Stephen's Division in St Albans.
Michelle Waltz, County Councillor for Bournemouth North. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have a fourth one, Mark Watkins, and unfortunately not here, he's just stuck in traffic, but he will be joining us soon. I'm pleased that Michelle Vince from the Labour group has joined the scrutiny review. I only mention this because she was not noted in previous papers, but welcome and thank you very much. Okay, can I ask for any apologies? I don't believe we have any. That's great. So before we move on to the management of today's meeting, I'd like to run through a few housekeeping rules, if that's okay. As you're aware, as I said, in committee room B today instead of our usual chambers. For anyone who's joining us online, there are some camera limitations, but audio should not be affected. I'd like to remind everyone present that Scrutiny is a meeting held in public, but is not a public meeting. Scrutiny is a council-led activity. All questions will be raised by the members. I've been asked not to allow any cross-questioning of any witnesses for obvious reasons. I expect all questions and responses to align to the key lines of inquiry, which I hope all the members are aware of. And the head of scrutiny will remind us of those shortly. Please ensure all questions and responses are succinct. Difficult with the members of the political parties, I know. I will endeavour to include all questions. However, I may move on if time is pressing. We have to get through quite a bit. The programme is planned to provide a balance of presentation and questions. At the end of the scrutiny, the review group will consider the evidence presented and consider its recommendations. A short report will be produced and will be published on the authority's website. The implementation of the recommendations will be monitored by the Impact of Scrutiny Advisory Committee in approximately 6 months' time after the scrutiny. To assist members, the Head of Scrutiny Officer will summarise the contributions and conclusions reached by members after input from witnesses during the programme. Message on confidentiality: scrutiny is held in public. Any evidence provided will be available to the public. Issues of a confidential nature will be framed to protect any person's anonymity. Breaks have been included in the programme and hopefully we'll run to time. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 2. I'd like members to note item 2, the work of the scrutiny review. I'll proceed on the basis that members have read all the papers and the agenda pack. Moving on to item 3, which is I'm going to hand over to the head of scrutiny to remind members of the group's remit.
Thank you, Chairman. This is particularly for any of our witnesses or anybody observing that this is an annual scrutiny which is statutorily required of the local authority to undertake in terms of the effectiveness of the Hearts Safeguarding Adult Board. And the terms of reference for the board is that the County Council has the lead responsibility, but each member of the board is responsible for ensuring that effective safeguarding arrangements are in place within their organisations. The annual scrutiny will examine the response of the multi-agency partners for older individuals experiencing experiencing domestic abuse with the added complication of dementia, and how the board supports practitioners in this complex area of work. And I think it is fair to say that this is quite a complicated area, and I think it might take some teasing out. But Liz Hanlon, who is the independent chair, has brought together a range of witnesses to help you get that understanding of how this difficult issue is being addressed, and how the agencies are coming together to do that. The chairman has mentioned the 3 lines of inquiry, and I would impress that these are what this group of members have been commissioned by the parent committee, the overview and scrutiny committee, to deliberate today and get answers to. And I know that Sunny, as the chairman, will keep everybody, witnesses and members, to those areas. The questions that are on the frame are: how does the board identify concerns around domestic abuse for older people? What are the challenges for agencies when identifying domestic abuse in the older population, particularly focused on adults with dementia and their carers? And how does the board support this? And finally, what is the board doing to support these challenges in practice? There is a background section where Liz is going to take members through touching on a number of those areas that witnesses will then build on during the day. Just worth mentioning the constraint which is on the remit for this scrutiny. The purpose of the annual scrutiny is to assess the performance of the board over the last year, not the services provided by partners. So you may find witnesses saying that they haven't come briefed to speak to that, so that we can keep the focus on the areas that are on the table for consideration. I've finished, Chair, so back to you.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. That's great. So what we'll do is we'll go on to agenda item 4. So just to reminder for everyone, this is a one-day scrutiny, and members will gather all evidence from the scrutiny during this meeting. Therefore, it's critical that we allow sufficient time to hear from all our witnesses. I'd like to now start by welcoming our witnesses who are here, who assist us in our work this morning. I'm particularly grateful to the external witnesses as well, who have agreed to provide evidence. I think we'll now move on to Liz, I think. I may also encourage members to download the presentation onto your laptops because, well, I can't see it from here.
Lovely, thank you. And thank you for today's scrutiny. Good morning, everyone. I'm Liz Hanlon, and I'm the independent chair of the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board. So today I just wanted to set the scene for you in relation to the background for today's scrutiny. I know everybody has got the papers, which I'm hoping you've been able to look through and come up for the reason for today's scrutiny. Before we went on to that, I just wanted to give a bit of background in relation to the board, just to make sure that everybody is aware of the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adult Board and their roles and responsibilities. So the board itself came under a statutory footing following the Care Act in 2014, where it was directed that the Safeguarding Adult Board should become statutory, and one of the recommendations was that it would benefit from an independent chair. So the board itself is made up of statutory and non-statutory organisations. Within Hertfordshire, we have numerous organisations made up of the board, including voluntary services. We have Healthwatch, we have Age UK, Hertfordshire Care Providers Association. So we have numerous voluntary organisations that make up part of the board. We also have the executive board, which is made up of those statutory organisations, which is the police, health and adult care services. And the executive board looks at the statutory direction for the board. So the role of the board and myself, for me, it's to gain assurance and for the board to gain assurance that all agencies, both statutory and non-statutory, are working towards safeguarding adults with care and support within Hertfordshire, and looking at the policies and processes and working mechanisms that agencies do to make sure that they are compliant under the Care Act. So the board is to maintain and develop an interagency framework to safeguard adults within Hertfordshire, and to scrutinise the outcome of safeguarding adult reviews and key data performance analysis, where again we look at effective delivery of safeguarding practices. So we have numerous safeguarding adult reviews within Hertfordshire, which is we commission as a board either mandatory or discretionary safeguarding adult reviews, where an adult either dies or is seriously injured or has care and support needs. And there are concerns about joined up working with partner agencies. So the board's commissions safeguarding adult reviews, and it's the learnings and recommendations that come from those and the data that looks at what the board's priorities are for the forthcoming year. As a result of safeguarding adult reviews, both regionally and nationally, and domestic homicide reviews, the focus of the board has been for older people and domestic abuse, especially those older people with dementia. So we also, as a board, we look at the current safeguarding practices in Hertfordshire, where we review as a board quarterly to make sure those practices are still fit for purpose. And again, as I said, it's to seek assurance from all statutory and non-statutory partners to make sure that they are prioritising safeguarding adults with care and support needs. And we have, again, under the Care Act, we have statutory responsibility to publish a strategic plan and an annual report, which we do on a yearly basis. Our strategic plan is linked to our business plan, and we review those constantly and either prioritise areas on that business plan. So the purpose of the board is to ensure itself that, like I said, local safeguarding arrangements are in place in relation to the Care Act, that safeguarding practice is person-centred and outcome-focused. So we look heavily on making safeguarding personal. We work collaboratively across all the statutory and non-statutory partners to prevent abuse and neglect where possible. And we hold, as a board, we hold audits and deep dives in relation to assure ourselves that what is happening in practice is efficient and effective. We ensure agencies and individuals give timely and proportionate response when abuse or neglect has occurred. And again, part of the board is to hold those agencies to account by reporting to the board to make sure that they are compliant under their duties under the Care Act. And also we look at how can we continuously improve and enhance the quality of life for adults in Hertfordshire. I put the structure of the board, people can't see that, but that's basically what I've said. So we've got an executive board, which is made up of statutory partners. We have the main safeguarding board. We have a strategic quality improvement group, which is a subgroup of the board, which looks at the care homes within Hertfordshire. We also have subgroups which are on the board, so public engagements, performance and intelligence, safeguarding adult review subgroups, learning and development subgroup, which is joint with the children's, where again we look at what do we need to additionally support agencies for learning across the board. So that's multi-agencies between children and adults, and also the policy and procedures subgroups. So the subgroups do the majority of the work for the board. So we look at, as a board, what our priorities are, and then we ask the subgroups to do those deep dives and prioritise that work through the board. So domestic abuse and dementia, we've got a lot of witnesses today. So, and also I want to give my thanks for those that have come today, and all for the work as well that takes place behind the scenes and the day-to-day work of agencies in relation to caring and safeguarding adults within Hertfordshire. Today, as the chairman has said, we're looking at domestic abuse for older people and dementia. Domestic abuse affects 1 in 3 people every 3 seconds, and someone develops dementia every 3 seconds. Sorry, domestic abuse affects 1 in 3 women, and every 3 seconds someone develops dementia. This research has come through that Save Lives that has been developed and has done a raft of experience and research. So research has found that dementia and domestic abuse coexist in many different relationships, and that's either the caregiver or the recipient being abusive, or cases where an older person with dementia experiences abuse from an intimate partner or adult relative. So diminished social contact is not unusual amongst people with dementia and older people, social isolation. And that is another factor identified which increases the vulnerability of various kinds of abuse. And in the pro forma, it identifies those types of abuse that are linked to domestic abuse, so physical abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse and psychological abuse. And we will be identifying those types of abuse within today's scrutiny. So to assume any harm and abuse is a consequence of stressful demands on caregiving, minimise accountability on the part of the perpetrator and fails to consider the criminal nature of the behaviour. So what we're looking at today and pulling at is identifying that people with dementia will have carers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that carers' stress is the result and the causation of domestic abuse. So that is something that is very difficult. We are working through as a board and as agencies. So older people experience abuse for twice as long before seeking help as those aged under 61, and nearly half have a disability. Yet older people are hugely underrepresented among domestic abuse services. The learnings that have come out and which we're pulling on today are in relation to national and local safeguarding adult reviews and domestic homicide reviews, which have involved older people where someone has died or been seriously injured. And there's a lot of learning that come across out of reviews. The ageing population within Hertfordshire, which has been identified via the census data that came out recently. And we've done quite a lot of work within the board in relation to that census data and the older population. Limited research. There is some research in relation to domestic abuse and dementia, but that research is limited. Review in Hertfordshire surrounding domestic abuse and dementia. A joint strategic needs assessment, which is second on the agenda, as a result of the older ageing population, the reviews nationally and locally. The board commissioned a joint strategic needs assessment by the County Community Service Unit to look at domestic abuse and older people and dementia, and also additional information and data that has been obtained to make us identify as a certain issue. So that, I'm hoping, is sufficient background for yourself, Chairman, but I'm happy to take any questions. But I think today will bring out a lot of information and evidence from partner agencies in relation to the board's work.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. I mean, it's 5 slides, but it encompasses a very large organisations and people, so appreciate that presentation. Brilliant. Before I move to our members to ask a question, I'll just take this opportunity to welcome one of our members who's, I believe, stuck in traffic, Mark Watkins. So, would you mind introducing yourself before we carry on?
I'm okay. I do apologise, everybody, and make up for my contributions. Yes, I am from Glasgow Park in Watford, my division. I don't think this could line up matters very much, but anyway, I am a Liberal Democrat, but that's where it stops as far as I'm concerned today. And yes, I happen to be the opposite person for education and children's services. My knowledge of adult care is not as strong as maybe others on the panel. But then maybe I should ask some silly questions which might be informative for me if not for anybody else. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So I have a question from our member Fiona Guest.
Thank you, Chairman. On the reports pack, page 19, paragraph 4.3, it states that dementia can never be the cause of abuse. So how would that statement square with the fact that as a personality changes with dementia, some patients with dementia do become violent, and carer stress has been mentioned? I think And although that is not always the cause of the abuse, carer stress does happen.
I think it's too simplistic to say that it's not the cause. It's what we don't want is for people to look at to say that the result of the domestic abuse is because of somebody caring for someone with dementia. It's bigger than that. And I'm hoping, Fiona, that your questions will be answered today, because that is something that agencies will discuss, the background and the linkage between carer stress and abuse and domestic abuse and those caring for people with dementia. So if it doesn't come out today, then I can continue to answer that later. But I think that's a big focus of what the evidence that's going to be presented today.
Thank you.
And Councillor Watkin.
Thank you very much. I'm just interested, two things. I really want to know about identification, because it seems to me it's critical. We should be able to identify as many people. But you made a statement in your document, which I have to say I challenge. You said somebody develops a dementia every 3 seconds. Now, I did a bit of maths, and if you do mean every 3 seconds, through the 365 days of the year, that number came out about 10 million. Now, forgive me, I don't believe 10 million people are getting dementia every year. I know it's a significant issue, but I just wonder where that figure came from, because I think it's, unless there's some clarification on it, it's not a helpful figure to quote. I think it's we all recognise that it's a growing problem. I'm getting to an age where it's a thing that's a concern to me. You know, I forget things. I'm not getting dementia. I'm not, but hopefully. But I just thought that 3 second one, it jarred when I read it, and I did the maths, and it came out at 9 million something or other. But I thought that cannot be. But if it is correct, boy, we've got a problem, because in 10 years that means 90 million. That's 90 million people. But the main question, right, is that's a small point really, is I hope we can understand about identification and how confident we are that we're actually identifying the people who need the support that will come through.
Absolutely. The research came from a report that was produced by Safe Lives in relation to dementia and older people and domestic abuse. And I can bring that report up during the break if you'd like, and I can get it. I'm assuming that that is nationally and not just. Sorry, I just got it there off the Safe Lives report.
Easily said, and things like that. They don't help if they're not actually. If you do a bit of simple maths, it doesn't take much to work out, but that sounds a bit odd. Okay. But the main thing is identification. So
Absolutely.
Make that point.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. I guess all adding stats and how that pans out. Of course, one of the things with dementia is the initial. It's a progressive disease, and as you can imagine, when you first have dementia, you still have certain faculties, and that changes over time. Can I ask a question? We talked about obviously patients with dementia who are abused by their carers, but you also have some elements of dementia where the person that has it gets aggressive, and there are incidences where their carers are abused. Is that something? I mean, I assume that's not very many, but is that also something that the board and the wider groups look at?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So it's not just the person who's looking after the person with dementia. It is the person with dementia as well might well be violent to their carer. So that is it's twofold, definitely.
And just to follow on to that from what Councillor Guest says, and in those situations, criminal action must be very difficult if having dementia is not considered and use of it's not considered a cause of. You know.
Absolutely, and I think that the reason it is so difficult, it's looking at that support pathways. So where can we gain or provide that support for people that either have dementia and are causing the domestic abuse, or the other way around? And the police have got a couple of case studies as well, which they will bring in about the criminal side and victims that have got of domestic abuse with dementia, but also perpetrators. So it's both sides, and just how very difficult it is. But for me, as the chair, it's to raise the awareness and to look at the training and how can we get agencies to look at that in older people, that there are and there might well be signs of domestic abuse.
Thank you. Just looking around for any more questions. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vince.
I was looking to, I'm looking through again now because I didn't remember reading it, where you've got two people living with dementia in the same home. Whereabouts is that covered in this report? Because, you know, if the dementia means that they're not feeding the other person, they're the most capable, but they're actually depriving food and not giving nutrition, that must be a form of abuse, but they're doing it because they've also got dementia and the other person doesn't realise. Is that covered anywhere in this?
What we're looking forward to, I mean, that is something that adult care services do deal with and do deal with probably on quite a regular basis. What we're looking at today is the domestic abuse. If there's any incidents or recognition of domestic abuse taking place within that household, and that could well include psychological abuse, emotional abuse, the way you've described it, then yes, what we're looking at is making sure that that is highlighted and is dealt with. So it doesn't matter whether one person has dementia, two people have dementia. If there is older people, domestic abuse and dementia, it's raising that awareness to make sure that professionals working within that household know and need to look deeper to say, actually, is this domestic abuse within this household? So yes, it is. It might not be explicitly mentioned in a report, but yes, we will be.
Thank you. With modern technology, just some we were able to look up some statistics, and I think Councillor Watkins mentioned it for 3 seconds. It comes from the Hearts Dementia Strategy. I mean, I can pass this around, but essentially it's saying an estimating 900,000 people in the UK have dementia, and that's expected to be 1 million by 2025. And it's predicted that 1 in 3 will develop dementia in their lifetime, with 69% of people in care homes having that dementia. So the prevalence of dementia in care home residents is high with women versus men. But we'll pass that information around.
Well, looking at that, I've done the one as well. I'm the first one. That's Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've got, I can't quite see Catherine McCarvery. Yeah.
Hello, I just wanted to clarify the statistics. I just wanted to clarify the statistics as well, that was a worldwide figure and that comes from Alzheimer's and Disease International. So that's where, just to clarify that as well, which I can share.
Last question. Right. Thank you. Brilliant. I can see there's no more hands up and we've clarified the figures. So thank you very much. Elizabeth, that's a great introduction to everything and the overview work. Just going to move on now to Vicky Doyle, to my left, who's the Senior Community Safety Analyst and Community Protection.
Yes, I'm here today to, I know Liz has already touched on it, but I'm here today to just present some of the key findings from the research and evidence that we looked at as part of the domestic abuse and older people joint strategic needs assessment. So it's a bit of a mixture of findings from academic research and also some national and local data as well. Just to sort of highlight, when we did this joint strategic needs assessment, we were sort of specifically focusing on the impact of dementia, learning disability and mental health. So hopefully this just helps to set the scene for the discussions for the rest of the day. So just to start off with, just to sort of give an overview of some of the key research findings. So I know that Liz has already touched on some of these, but the research that we looked at as part of this JSNA showed that older victims and perpetrators of domestic abuse are considered to be a hidden group in existing research. They are less likely to recognise and report abuse compared to other age groups, and therefore they can be underrepresented in both support services and recorded crime data. We also know that there are unequal levels of power and control created in relationships by older age. So, for example, things like frailty, disability, and other health conditions related to age that can make older people at higher risk of experiencing domestic abuse. We also know that older victims of domestic abuse are more likely to report experiencing abuse from an adult family member compared to younger victims. So again, I think this may have been based on Safe Life's research showing that around 44% of older victims compared to 6% of younger victims had experienced abuse from an adult family member. And we also know that on average, older victims tend to take longer on average to access support for domestic abuse. So the research that we've looked at, again, I think maybe based on Safe Life's research, was showing that that's almost twice as high among older victims compared to younger victims. And one of the most common reasons for that is due to either shame reporting or not recognising their situation as being abusive. So just looking specifically at dementias first of all. So again, I know Liz has already covered a lot of this. So, but just to reiterate, obviously as dementia progresses, mental and physical capacity deteriorates, which in turn increases the risk of dementia patients being subject to domestic abuse. We also know that domestic abuse has been evidenced to be more prevalent among adults with dementia. So on average, it's about twice as high among people with dementia compared to those without the condition. And that can be for several reasons. So just to highlight some of the key ones that are coming out from the research, the dependency on others. So on caregivers, for example, can be one reason that puts them at higher risk. The condition can also prevent people from being able to recognise and report if they're experiencing domestic abuse. Reduced social contact as well, for example, being in a care home. We found this to be quite a common thing during the COVID pandemic as well. Reduced social contact can prevent domestic abuse from going reported. We've obviously spoken already about carer stress as well. And also people with dementia often having changes in their mood that can result in them feeling a mix of emotions, for example, being aggressive, frustrated, withdrawn, anxious or sad. Are some of the ones that are picked up here that may lead to domestic abuse situations. Then moving on to mental health and learning disability. So we've had a look at a bit of national data here on domestic homicide reviews. So an analysis by the Home Office in 2022 of national domestic homicide reviews found that around a third of older victims of domestic homicides had a recorded mental health issue. Around 1 in 10 domestic abuse victims over the age of 60 as well are referred to support services through health routes. This we found quite an interesting statistic based on the fact that obviously older victims are more likely to be visiting their GPs for health-related issues. So again, that sort of leads on to one of the recommendations that we've made from this JSNA. In terms of learning disabilities, the research was showing that people with learning disabilities are around 3 times more likely to experience domestic abuse compared to population without a disability. So the research was showing that on average, individuals with learning disabilities have one of the highest rates of victimisation among all other disabilities, at around just short of 20%. And we also found that through the research that victims with learning disabilities or difficulties are subject to the same types and levels of abuse as victims without a disability, but they often have an increased likelihood of being subject to coercive control. So this can be, for example, where perpetrators play on the victims' impairments, making them less likely to recognise that they're experiencing abuse. So then we just move on to moving on to some sort of local data to just sort of set the scene a bit in Hertfordshire specifically. We found that, and these statistics have been updated slightly, compared to the JSNA that was done a couple of years ago, just to bring them a bit more up to date. So between 2021 and 2023 calendar years in Hertfordshire, police recorded crime has shown that around 5% of domestic abuse victims have been aged 65 plus in Hertfordshire during that time. In terms of the profile of these victims, the majority of older victims have been female, so around just short of 60% there, and predominantly white or white British, with around 1 in 10 of them being from the minority ethnic group. And you can see just on that graph as well, that graph just shows the percentage of victims between the 3 years that have been aged 65 plus. You can just see there's a slight peak in 2022, but not a significant one. The second part, I just want to sort of caveat a little bit. So with the police recorded crime, there's an option for the crimes to have a flag, what they call a vulnerability flag attached to them. So this can help to identify if the victim has either dementia, mental health, or learning difficulty. I have included the statistics on this slide, but I do want to just caveat that this is very reliant on officers being able to identify where someone's got one of these conditions at the time of reporting. So we know that there's a heavy under-reporting of this, which again has led to one of our recommendations for the JSNA. And then just lastly, in terms of sort of safeguarding adult data, so we've looked at all domestic abuse inquiries taken by Hertfordshire County Council between 2021 and 2023. We specifically looked at the primary support reason for these inquiries. So you can see just from this graph here that between 2021 and 2023, there's been an increase in the number of domestic abuse inquiries where the victim has required support with memory and cognition. In terms of mental health support, it increased a bit in 2022 and has gone down again in 2023, and a similar pattern with learning disability support there as well. Also, between those 3 years, we had a look at the local data on domestic homicide reviews in Hertfordshire. So we found that across those 3 years, we had 12 DHRs recorded in Hertfordshire, and a quarter of those involved older victims aged 60 plus. And of those, 2 were killed by a family member and 1 was killed by an intimate partner. Just before I show you the recommendations from the JSNA, so this just this is based on academic national research, just academic research. So we just had a look at some sort of projections in terms of those 3 vulnerabilities within the JSNA. So just to sort of highlight from one thing from the start is in terms of the Hertfordshire population. So you can see from the graph on the slide that whilst the population of children and working age adults is expected to sort of decrease ever so slightly over the next 25 years, you can see there that the green line for older people is projected to increase against the trend of the other 2. So that suggests that there'll be an increase in older that could suggest potentially that there will be an increase in older victims of domestic abuse, and potentially more with those age-related health conditions as well. And also, just in terms of sort of national projections, the number of people with dementia is predicted to increase by 81% over the next 20 years. So that comes directly from some research by the Alzheimer's Society. But just in particular, the largest increase there was shown to be in people with severe dementia. So then these are the recommendations that were made off of the back of this JSNA. I know these are going to be delved into a bit more in the afternoon session, so I'll just try and give a brief overview of these for now. So based on the evidence and research that we've looked at within the document, we've recommended for Hertfordshire to consider specialist support options for older domestic abuse victims with more complex health and social needs and potentially experiencing different forms of abuse. We recommended for local support services to consider unique and emerging types of abuse, particularly some of the ones that were coming up as being a bit more apparent during the COVID pandemic. So, for example, those that were exacerbated by social isolation. We've recommended for the Safeguarding Adults Board to develop training on domestic abuse among older people with a particular focus on those 3 vulnerabilities. We've recommended for local organisations to consider the results of the latest census and any future increases on the older population in Hertfordshire in terms of planning services and support. We've also recommended to develop a partnership communication strategy targeted at older victims to encourage that reporting among the group that's shown to be underrepresented in support services. We've recommended also, as I mentioned earlier, to improve recording of the vulnerability flags on police recorded crimes, just to improve the how we're understanding the extent of health needs among older victims of domestic abuse and also for perpetrators as well. And finally, to improve local recording of health conditions and complex needs, including things like substance misuse as well. On domestic homicide reviews in Hertfordshire. So that's the end of my slides. Happy to take the question.
Thank you very much, Vicky. That's some sobering statistics there and identification of our vulnerable members of Hertfordshire. First question we have for our members is from Councillor Nash.
Joys of becoming older. Like some expansion on what comes first, dementia or abuse? How do we identify that? So there's lots of, this is what we do. So what we haven't done is identify like a case of how so is it reported to the police, GP, hospital, or through another source? How do we identify it? So illness or dementia abuse.
I think it's quite a difficult. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think it's quite a difficult one to say. I mean, I'd be inclined to say probably a bit more dementia than abuse, but I don't know if anyone else in the group has thoughts on that.
Right, I can't see your name, so introduce yourself.
My name is Katie Bolton. That working? There we go. So my name is Katie Fulton. I'm a Senior Development Manager in Adult Care Services, and our team support the partnership governance structure around domestic abuse and violence against women and girls. So this is a really, like, if anything, this is the most difficult question to answer in this context. There's a lot of best practice work around this. And there's a section of the background report today, which talks a bit about distinguishing between intentional and unintentional harm. And I think that's an important bit to refer back to. It is very difficult to determine which form of harm is being perpetrated. So I think from best practice, the best way to approach it is from that risk angle. So there is a risk there. It will take time and inquiry to work that out. So what we do see with older people is that because of that dementia, often they aren't spoken to alone, which is the standard sort of best practice for any victim of domestic abuse where there's suspicion of abuse. So that in a sort of dementia or an older person setting, for lots of different reasons, doesn't happen. Sometimes because the perpetrator is saying, you know, I'm there to support the victim, I'm their carer. So it's quite understandable how that does happen. But what can come out through more inquiry by talking to whatever the abuse is, whether it's intentional or not, talking to that person alone, understanding what is happening, and also information sharing is really, really critical for all cases of domestic abuse, but more so for this particular group, to understand, you know, have there been other signs that have been recorded by other agencies, and just putting all of that information together. Obviously not a simple thing to do, and I'll talk a bit more about work that the partnership is doing later today. But yeah, just to say it's a very difficult question, but there is a lot of best practice that can be brought in to try and get to the bottom of that, basically.
Thank you very much. Just one small IT request is once you've stopped speaking, if you turn your microphones off to allow others to speak. And secondly, I want this to be an open forum, so not just all to the presenter. So if anyone feels that they can answer any question from their remit, please put your hand up and just introduce yourselves, and we'll go from there. The next question is coming from Councillor Watkin.
Thank you very much, Joe. As I indicated earlier on, I'm very interested in identification and how successful we are as a society in identifying people with dementia and therefore potentially victims of domestic abuse. And I couldn't see, I'd be very interested to know how the people with dementia, people under threat of abuse and maybe suffering abuse, are identified. There's references to the police, not necessarily picking up all of them, but picking up some in their reports. There's a reference to under-reporting by the health services, apparent under-reporting, and I must admit the figures look very low compared to the rest of domestic abuse, the elderly who are arguably the most vulnerable. Now, I just wonder, and in the recommendations, it really leads on to the recommendations. I'm not sure quite, are these time-bound? Are they sort of things that will happen within a period of time? First question, but more to the point, I see a lot of reference to sort of educating elderly people who may themselves not be really able to take on all the messages because they have dementia or Alzheimer's. But I don't see too much about training health workers, doctors, to be aware of dementia and possible abuse, and maybe even public awareness in a way that. And I just wonder, am I missing something? Is that actually an ongoing program? So these recommendations, are they time bound? Where do they come from? Are they accountable? Will they be sort of measured? Where are the reports of domestic abuse actually coming from? What can we do to go to hard data that we feel is more confident about how big the situation is?
I think we have a hand up over there. Catherine, is it? Yeah, please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Johnson, Professional Lead for Safeguarding Adults with the Mental Health Trust. So speaking with my health hat on, because we hold the dual responsibility for health and social care. Obviously, I can't speak for all the health organisations in Hertfordshire, but I know that a lot of them have similar projects. This is something we're very aware of in terms of training and the need for routine inquiry. It's come out through a lot of the DHR and kind of various discussions over the last few years that actually maybe we aren't always asking the question and giving people the chance to disclose. And actually there's national research around health being quite a high proportion of the first disclosures going through health professionals, GPs, care coordinators, mental health, whichever. So we're doing a real drive at the moment around routine inquiry, which will include our older people's services, putting in resources, making sure there are kind of easy read resources for people who have cognitive impairment, that kind of thing. So it's really something that we're very aware of as a health trust, and I believe my other health colleagues will probably be saying the same thing. So it is something that we're working on at the moment.
Yes, thank you very much. And Catherine, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Catherine McAreevy, designated professional at Herts and West Essex Integrated Care Board. So later on in the day, we will be doing a presentation around a lot of the work that we're doing within health, and I think that will answer some of your questions. That includes GPs, all the health providers across Hertfordshire. So I think we'll be able to cover some of those questions later in the day. That's helpful.
Can I make a comment, if I may?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very early days, but I wonder whether one of the questions we want to ask, and but that is how confident are we in the identification of the scale of the challenge? And are there more things that we feel could be done? I don't know. I'm just putting that on the table as a question that I will be thinking about through the day. I don't know whether you think it's appropriate, but it seems I'm not entirely confident that we're covering all the angles are being covered. I may be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. I already have once, but I think it's important that we should know the scale of the problem, and then, in a way, as much as we can. Thank you.
I think, like you mentioned, we're early in the day, and having looked at some of the presentations and the people that are here, I believe some of that will be discussed. But we mustn't underestimate how difficult this is to identify. You know, it is a lot of access required, and on top of that, people at home to be identified. But I've noted it down as one of our potential recommendations, and I'll concur with our head of scrutiny here and how we flush that out.
So I beg pardon. There's a list of recommendations. I'm not quite clear what these recommendations are. Are they listed somewhere? Are there people tasked to deliver against these? I think. But if so, when the results become clear.
I think I'll ask Vicky to answer that question actually. Or sorry, Elizabeth. Sorry.
So the recommendations came out the joint strategic. The recommendations came out of the Joint Strategic Needs Assessment, which Vicky has just spoken about. They were the recommendations. They were then brought to the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board, and Vicky did a presentation. The board agreed the recommendations. So those recommendations are now in an action plan, which we will talk through later. Those actions have all got owners, and Katie, you'll find, is quite the owner of quite a few of them. The action plan is updated constantly and is brought to the board. So Katie came to the executive board yesterday, who presented on the recommendations and the updates. So it's our job as the board and my job to make sure that those recommendations are updated, implemented, but then to go back to say, okay, that was recommended, that was implemented, actually, does it work? So is it working? So it's a constant thing that the recommendations are being worked on and are updated constantly. And then we have that later on that we go back to say, actually, has it worked and is it good enough to fit the purpose?
At this juncture, I just wanted to perhaps, because we were talking about dementia, aren't we? And as is always the case, I'm reading this the night before, my wife, who's a medic, turned to me and said, so can you explain what dementia is to me? In a kind of, I know you don't know the answer to this. And it is the definition is quite interesting, and I will actually read this out. It's basically, it's not a specific disease, but rather a general term for impaired ability to remember, think, or make decisions that interferes with everyday life. And it covers Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, it's a whole myriad. So I think when we say dementia, we're basically talking not in terms of a disease, but actually the impairment of that individual. So I thought that's a point. And I think Helen wants to come in at this point.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to complicate things, but I just picking up on your comment there. I just wanted to mention to members that we have a Hertfordshire dementia strategy, so much broader than the specific topic we're looking at today, but a piece of work, multi-agency work, bringing together across Hertfordshire health and social care partners around a number of themes around dementia. And I know there's a link to be made between the work we're doing in that area, which is there's a huge breadth of activity and the specific thing we're looking at today. So I just wanted to make you aware, if you're interested in more broadly about what that contains, some of the facts and figures, then I can certainly.
That's great, thank you very much. I had a question, if I may. We talked about, obviously, we had the COVID years, which feels a long time ago, but it wasn't. And we also mentioned GPs and how they can help in these sort of situations. But both of them require, access to them. So, getting hold of a GP or going to see a GP has got that sort of constraint. Is that something we're looking at in terms of the access for these people to be identified? Not necessarily once they have access to them, they can be identified, but how do they get to these areas that are difficult to access even in a normal circumstance?
yeah, I think this is a difficult one. It's I think based on the evidence we've looked at, there's nothing we've found that sort of specifically links seeing a GP during the COVID pandemic to any of the figures around how many older domestic abuse victims have been identified. But I think it's probably more, I would say, from the evidence based on these people recognising that they're victims and therefore disclosing the abuse to their GPs, as opposed to access. But that's not me saying there's not an access issue there. I don't know if any health colleagues have a different view on that at all.
I won't answer from a health perspective, but I'll save that for colleagues over here. I'm not qualified for that. But in terms of access and identification of abuse, absolutely, victims, older victims or victims with dementia, identifying that they are experiencing abuse is really hard for them for lots of different reasons, additional levels of shame, generational ideas around relationships and commitment to marriage. Like, those are the sort of things that create some additional barriers for this group. So really, when we look at identification, we know that generally for the whole population, not just for this group, that people will either disclose to the police or the GP first. And when they are disclosing to police, that's generally at a point where the risk has escalated significantly. So abuse will have been ongoing for a number of years prior to that point. So yeah, healthcare, absolutely, really critical. And we do know from domestic abuse charities like Women's Aid that, people that would go to the GP physically before COVID would be more likely to disclose, rather now it's more in e-consult and virtual consultation. So we do know that's an issue, but really it's a case of any frontline professional has a part to play in facilitating disclosure and identifying abuse. That's not just social care staff, that's not just GPs, it's anybody in a people-facing profession. But I'll talk a bit more later about some work we're doing across the partnership around domestic abuse and VAUG, which includes police, health, and how we're all working together to make sure that any frontline professional has the skills to identify, facilitate disclosure, assess the risk and refer appropriately. So just for that assurance.
Thank you. And I think, just to clarify, that's something that we will touch on more later, it is a complex issue. There's a number of health and social care services that a single person may be accessing. So they may not make a disclosure to their GP, but they may see a mental health professional make a disclosure. They may see a district nurse, for example, make a disclosure. So part of the challenge and the work that's been taking place is ensuring that all of the professionals that are likely to come into contact with this age group do have the knowledge and awareness to start considering routine inquiries. So actually routinely asking people who present to their service about domestic abuse, and much more publication about domestic abuse within organisations. So posters, social media campaigns, etc., which I think through the day will become more apparent what's going on. But it's an ongoing area of work across agencies.
Thank you. I think Keith Dodd wants to comment at this point.
Chair, yeah, I'm Keith Dodd, Head of Adult Safeguarding, and I was at Herts County Council. So under me, safeguarding teams, a lot of the referrals come in for safeguarding, and I'm a member of the safeguarding board as well. So I think over the years we've done a lot of work about raising awareness of domestic abuse. And I think a lot of these questions sort of tie up. So the dementia, does that get in the way of people recognising it because they think it's a symptom of the dementia or not? And sometimes that is the case. So as Catherine was saying there is work what we've been doing, and we've had a safeguarding adult review which has got an element of that in, where health professionals have seen the abuse but not recognised it as such. So they treated it as a sort of a medical issue without raising it as a safeguarding. So it's raising that awareness so people know where to do it, and they know how to refer it in. They refer it into my team. It's easy to do that. We absolutely know it's the relationship that makes it domestic abuse, because we've spoken in the past with organisations like Age UK, where there's this idea they're more happy to report physical abuse but not to label it as domestic abuse. It's the same, like domestic abuse has got a label, but it's the relationship that makes it that, and makes it that then more difficult for people the reason it's important to flag it as domestic abuse because it's harder then to disengage from that abuse because you're in a relationship as well. So it is, you know, a lot has been done across the partnership about the understanding of what domestic abuse is. But that question you asked earlier, Stella, you know, what comes first? But it's all of those. So sometimes the abuse has been going on for a long time and it's only because of dementia and agencies are getting involved then it comes to light. Sometimes it's people are more disinhibited because of the dementia. So the abuse has been lower level, but then it becomes more explicit. So we're aware of it. And sometimes because of the dementia advancing and changes in behaviour, that's what comes in. That's why it becomes apparent. But what we still need to recognise it as domestic abuse and safeguarding, unlike the police, you know, if the person's got a care and support need and coming into that link to dementia, whatever the form, it doesn't matter whether it's diagnosed or not, the fact that they're struggling to cope with their memory, that would come under our remit for safeguarding. And then we would look at it and call it domestic abuse because then we know we might need to link it with the specialist services that Katie's service is developing, not exclude people from that. Because just because you've got dementia doesn't mean you don't need specialist domestic abuse support, but you might need additional support to get into that and stay into it. So, but it is that, you know, it is, I'm not saying it's easy. That's, I've sort of made that sound, oh, we've got it all cracked, but we haven't. And we still need to make sure people are aware that it is important to flag it. And we have people themselves saying, no, I've never been abused. It's not abuse. Or families or children of people really struggle to recognise domestic abuse within their family. So hopefully that's helped a little bit.
Just counting for time, but I'll Councillor Watkins take last question.
Thank you. I'm still sort of trying to get my head around some of the reasons of identification. Our church and many organisations I know have tremendous emphasis on child abuse. And a lot of training goes into identifying child abuse, and that, you know, we all do our training courses on that. I was aware that there's a similar emphasis being given to adult abuse, and I'm wondering, you know, the luncheon clubs, the community places where elderly go, obviously churches, or what I say churches, religious establishments with mosques just as much. And I'm just wondering how much emphasis is given in that community, those sort of areas, to requiring people to understand this challenge as there is to child abuse.
Katie? Yep. Katie or Catherine? Katie, would you like to say that? Okay.
I'm happy to. So across health services, all health staff in all of the health agencies are required to undertake mandatory safeguarding training, which includes an element of domestic abuse. In addition to that, across the partnership for many years, there have been a range of training which gets updated and developed depending on learning. But, you know, as time has gone on, I think, you know, I'm just thinking in over the last 15 or so years that actually things that we know now we didn't know 15 years ago. Legislation has changed, so it's updated all the time, and we work across a range of professional agencies, including some of those groups. But I think Kate will give a fuller answer on some of the wider things. But I just wanted to give a health perspective and that reassurance that that's included in mandatory training.
So there's a couple of things I can say on this, because one of the sort of key priorities in the Hertfordshire domestic abuse strategy is around raising public awareness as well as professional awareness of abuse and how to respond. So I'll talk more later about our governance structure and a specific group that we have to develop communications campaigns, both within organisations but within the public, and also a service, well, it's not yet commissioned, but we're currently in the process of issuing grants to buy-in for grassroots organisations in the community, specifically that work with groups such as older people that we know face those additional barriers to support, so that they can upskill themselves, and when they're having these conversations with people, just as part of that, you know, community engagement, whether that be a service or, you know, a lunch club or whatever, you know, they've got the skills, and we've also also got a community campaign in Hertfordshire called the J9 campaign, which is where community locations receive training and resources from our team in the partnership to recognise abuse. So it could be a hairdresser, it could be an estate agent, it could be anybody in the community, so that they can, you know, see something's not quite right and they have the skills to have that conversation. And often we will support them to develop a safe space so that that victim can then go and, you know, make a call to a helpline if needed. So there's quite a few community initiatives ongoing at the moment. Definitely loads more that can be done, but yeah, it's something we're very aware of as a partnership.
Thank you. I did say last question, but Councillor Vince, please ask yours.
Sorry, sitting here listening to the questions, it's quite clear that us as councillors don't know very much about this subject at all. And since we're also frontline staff, that, you know, members that reach out, and I, like I'm sure my colleagues here, have had concerns and we've had people raise issues with us, but actually saying something is physical abuse, where you can see something, you can identify it, you know. Looking into someone's home and saying this is domestic abuse, that's quite a scary thing to do if it's not. So if you raise it as domestic abuse and it's not, the impact of that could be quite severe to that family. But I don't know, like, for all of us, I don't think there's been any training. So while you reach out to all these organisations, we're also a group of people that I think could be upskilled.
Keith?
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't know if you have, but there's just around safeguarding, not just domestic abuse, but I learn online training for safeguarding and raising awareness, what to look out for, the different types of abuse, including domestic abuse, sexual abuse, and if you did where to do it, how to raise a concern. Hopefully you know how to raise a concern into my team, because we all should in this room. But, you know, if you don't, it's worth checking out that training. And it's interesting, again, that when, you know, I think you sort of said that if you saw it as physical abuse, be easy raised, but not domestic abuse. It's the same probably outcome, you know, it's the same, it's abuse, but it's the relationship that makes it that. So, you know, and it doesn't mean by calling it that, or thinking that's what it is, the outcome might not be any different. It's just that agencies will have a mind. You're highlighting that as a relationship early on, so people might get it down the right track, where they get the right support. So that's why it's important to identify it as that, because as much as we say my team know how to look out for it, if someone hasn't identified it when they knew, you could go down a different route and you might not get the best outcome and support for the person that they need. But there is training out there which is accessible for everybody. So probably from this, Natalie, I'm thinking we could reinforce that maybe for members, that when you said could, I think you should do it. Yeah, you should be doing that training so you know how to do it, because you are a front face, aren't you, of the council. So.
No, thank you about that. I mean, already there's emerging themes here in terms of identification and training. And as a healthcare professional, I know every year I get this email saying you need to do a safeguarding module, which is roughly 2-3 hours, I think. Fiona Guest, who is a community pharmacist, agrees with me here, and those things do come in. And I think Councillor Vince raises a very good question there. It's not, if you suspect something, what is the consequence of the reporter? Because and I can understand how that can be a barrier, because if I report it, what's the comeback? If it's not, do I get into trouble? So that's an interesting perspective from there. I believe Katie wants to come and say something.
Yes, sorry, one more thing from me. So just, I don't know how many members are aware, but Hertfordshire County Council is something called a White Ribbon accredited organisation. So that means that we're recognised for our efforts to try and end forms of violence against women and girls, of which domestic abuse is one. And we have within the council a White Ribbon steering group, which is led by Chris Badger as the Executive Director for Adult Care Services. And part of that is we are trying to recruit as many what are called champions and ambassadors as possible. And to become a champion or an ambassador, there is training through White Ribbon UK, which is a national charity, about what domestic abuse and violence against women and girls are. That we're obviously building that network within the council, and we do lots of stuff, particularly in the period of time called the 16 days of activism, to try and raise awareness of that. And we're also doing some training at the moment, or looking to develop an internal package of training, working with Safeguarding, of course, and other directorates, because there are so many groups that need a more sort of targeted focus when it comes to domestic abuse. So more than happy to share that information. We're trying to grow that network as quickly as we can, and it would be lovely to have as many members as possible. And then just in terms of that point around it, when we consult with professionals, which we do regularly, to see what kind of support and training we need to offer as a partnership, that is the biggest fear that professionals report, is that fear of, what if I say the wrong thing? What if I increase that person's level of risk? What we do know from research and consultations with victims and survivors is that generally it is always better to ask the question than to not ask the question. Sometimes someone's waiting years because they want to be asked. It's hard for them to say it, but it is really important to have that training just for the person who's facilitating that disclosure to be comfortable. But that's definitely something that I can sort of signpost members towards.
Thank you. I know there's a few people who want to ask questions, but we have slipped a bit on this item. Just remember, it's a wide ranging. So if you want to add something following the next presentation, kind of add a bit, because we have so many people to get to. I apologise. I'll buy you all coffee. Thank you very much for that. I think we're now going to move on to the adult care service response to domestic abuse and older people. We've got 3 people here. I don't think all 3 are speaking, but Lucy Rush, Helen Menoff and Keith Dodd. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'll be presenting today, and I've got some colleagues with me who will be able to answer some of your questions. I'm Lucy Rush. I'm the Principal Social Worker for Hertfordshire. I'm Director of Practice and Quality. I also sit on the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board, regular attendee at the HSAB exec, and I chair the Safeguarding SAR subgroup, which is the Safeguarding Adult Review subgroup. I'll just very quickly introduce you to my colleagues.
Morning everybody, I'm Helen Manoff. I'm Operations Director for Older People. I lead the teams of social workers who work with people on an extended basis when there are concerns around domestic abuse and many other concerns. And I also chair the Hertfordshire Dementia Strategy.
So I'm Keith Dodd, as I said, Head of Adult Safeguarding, and I chair for the board the Performance and Intelligence subgroup as well. And the intelligence bit, it's not that we're intelligent, but we get wider intelligence than just the data.
Morning everyone, my name's Janet Osborne. I'm Deputy Head of Service for the Arts Valley Older Persons and Sanctuary Services. So I manage the operational managers and the staff who actually come into face-to-face contact with potential victims and perpetrators of domestic abuse, and also give them some guidance and support around those day-to-day interactions.
Lovely, thank you. Just for time, I'll go through these slides briefly. I wanted to just provide some additional reassurance. So within adult care services, our workforce, so our social care practitioners, our occupational therapists, are trained to a high level in terms of safeguarding. That safeguarding training also enables those practitioners to recognise those signs of abuse, particularly domestic abuse. We also provide training to our workforce to identify triggers and prevent this from occurring. So we're always hoping and looking for ways that we may be able to mitigate risk of stress for carers, for example. What can we do about that? What types of support can we provide? I think in those circumstances where you've got a married couple who both may have dementia, that isn't uncommon in terms of people that we support. What we're doing as professionals, what we're doing as services is looking at how can we enable those individuals to continue to live their lives in the way that they want to maintain those relationships, but to do that in a safe way. If we were to identify evidence of abuse, that would prompt a safeguarding inquiry. Our internal workforce would make that referral through to our safeguarding team. If it's our partners who may identify that there's potential signs of abuse, they would also notify us. We've got a safeguarding portal. So the timeliness of referrals coming into Hertfordshire, for any concern that comes through the portal, we aim to look at that within 24 hours, but we actually are closer to 7 hours usually in terms of getting through reading those reports. So where we identify that there's an immediate risk, we would take immediate action. Sometimes I think with cases, building up that relationship with an individual, particularly where there's dementia, is so important. Okay, good. That's all right. Don't worry. Particularly establishing that relationship, that rapport, engaging with somebody to really help them to tell their story. Within our older people's teams, we have representatives who attend what's called a multi-agency risk assessment conference. That is multi-agency, and it's a monthly meeting which the purpose of which is to discuss families who are deemed at high risk of harm through domestic abuse. And in particular, our safeguarding team. So we've got quite a large safeguarding team in Hertfordshire, and they have very specific training around domestic abuse from Safer Lives, training on victim blaming. They also have a weekly drop-in session with Hertfordshire's Independent Domestic Violence Advocacy Service. So you might sometimes hear that referred to as IDVA service, again, to discuss cases and to gain advice. In terms of support, so our operational and safeguarding teams, as I've said, will always consider immediate risk to the person and identify a plan which will help to mitigate this. We really try and do that in partnership with people. We really want to ensure that the person's voice is absolutely front and centre at any of that interaction that we have. Making safeguarding personal is really the foundation of excellent safeguarding practice, and it ensures that we keep that person right at the centre of that inquiry. It's really important not to disempower people where there is identification of abuse. And I think, Chairman, you identified earlier, dementia has a huge range, and lots of people with dementia are able to advocate for themselves. They're able to live independently with the right type of support. So facilitating and enabling that throughout any interaction we have is really key. In terms of our teams, they're really experienced in drawing out how and who to speak to and how to support people rather than being drawn into family disputes or family challenges. Again, it's like recognising that person and what their experiences are is so key. I think you touched on it earlier, Keith. Domestic abuse can be something that someone has endured for years and years and years, irrespective of the diagnosis. And being able to have that conversation away from other family members is sometimes, the way that we're able to get to the to the point where we're able to help that individual. It can be challenging, of course, if a person has dementia. And as I say, we do look at different ways that we can achieve those conversations through reasonable adjustments. We might think about times of the day where that person is more able to communicate, is more able to participate, or we might look for support from partners, so from health services, from nurses, from some of our providers, our care providers as well. And we will make those referrals through to those specialist domestic abuse services if required, and we do make really good use of those services to support people. Learning from serious events. There's a case study on this slide which isn't specific to domestic abuse, but it just highlights how we do take that learning through. We have a practice governance board in adult care services which considers all learning from safeguarding events, and including those that may have not met criteria for a safeguarding adult review. We carry out internal investigations ourselves. Our partners in the Hertfordshire Partnership Foundation Trust, so the mental health services, also would carry out investigations. Summaries of those cases are presented with learning and key decisions or actions, which are then subsequently cascaded through to our operational teams, the relevant partners. We work really closely with the board to ensure that where there are actions coming out of safeguarding adult reviews, domestic homicide reviews, that we're really clear about who owns which action. They're often multi-agency owned. And I think, working working together. It's really important. It keeps us abreast of learning from serious events, and hopefully using that learning to prevent further events from happening in the future. In terms of data and recording, so within adult care services, we have a care recording system that's called Access. I won't go into what the acronym is, I can never remember, but it's a recording system that holds all of our people's data. And so we do utilise that database to record domestic abuse, health conditions and levels of risk. Dementia diagnoses and any associated abuse risk would be shared by and with partners in what's called the shared care record. That's something which is relatively new to Hertfordshire, but it's really an important way of us sharing data with our health colleagues. It's got a good governance structure around that in terms of data protection and confidentiality. And safeguarding data, which includes domestic abuse, is also readily available to our managers. We have another database, which is a safeguarding data dashboard, which managers are able to access to give them more kind of live, up-to-date information about what's happening within their areas. We do produce a regular safeguarding pack, which goes to Cabinet Panel and also to the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board. We have a quarterly briefing with our lead member, Councillor Tony Kingsbury. And so, data and recording of data and reporting of data is something which Hertfordshire utilises to help us to think about and develop services, to look for gaps, to think about what we're doing well. There is some data on this slide. I'm sure that some of this will be covered in lots of other reports. It's quite a busy slide. But really what I wanted to highlight was that we are able to report on where we recognise and identify that a person's primary health condition or their primary need is dementia. We're able to then also record if there is a safeguarding concern, so a referral that comes in, or a concern that then proceeds to an inquiry under Section 42 of the Care Act. We are able to report on and understand and recognise where there is dementia, and the type of reported risk is domestic abuse. That helps us in terms of how we support people, the types of services that we would refer on to, the types of information and advice that we would provide. It gives us an opportunity to really ensure that, if we're working with a couple, that both carer and person with dementia are supported. The domestic abuse, can be an effect of the dementia. It can also be an effect of the stress of caring. So ensuring that we are providing the right types of support for all individuals concerned is a key factor in what we do in adult care. In terms of that support to carers, my view is we can never do enough to support carers. They are front and centre of our thoughts at any one time. I think in Hertfordshire we support around about 41,500 carers. I think you could probably quadruple that, and that still wouldn't come near to the number of people who identify as or don't identify as a carer across Hertfordshire. We do have carer champions who operate within all of our operational teams and within our safeguarding teams. That early identification of carer stress is extremely important. It could be caused by so many reasons: lack of sleep, distress caused by caring, and again, behaviour of the cared for person. I should have said at the start as well, I am also a main carer of a parent with dementia. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's extremely, extremely difficult, and having the right support and having someone to talk to, utilising our carers and hearts, for example, our carers forums is so key in making sure that we are supporting carers in the right way. We also have co-produced a course which is open to all staff. We talked a little bit about training earlier. So safeguarding adult inquiries involving unpaid carers, and we run that 3 times a year. There's also available as information and advice. It's a really helpful leaflet that gives a lot of information. There's a lot of signposting There's a lot of information available for people who might want to get support, and that's called Keeping Caring Safe. That's co-produced with carers and members of Hertfordshire County Council's workforce and partners. That's available in libraries, GP surgeries. It can be downloaded and distributed by any of our staff. People can also access that themselves via the Hertfordshire website. In terms of challenges, there are lots of challenges. I think having access to the right type of support services is absolutely key. We've talked a little bit before, not everybody may recognise that their situation is domestic abuse. And so obtaining consent to work with people can be really challenging, or to refer people on. Particularly with regards to safeguarding, we do work in a really multi-agency way, and sharing that intelligence and supporting each other across the partnership is really, really key. The right person to talk to somebody is very difficult. It may not be the social worker, it may not be the police officer, it might be the nurse. So we do work really closely together to make, to keep that evidence sharing. And then just finally, just in terms of learning and development, so we do offer a range of dementia learning and development to our workforce in adult care services. So things such as learning from living with dementia, supporting carers in dementia, key issues in person-centred planning and dementia. And again, that would cover things like, ensuring that we continue to empower somebody, that we draw on their strengths, irrespective of their cognition. What can we do to give them the biggest voice that we possibly can? Dementia and behaviour challenges and dementia and mental health, just some of those topics there. We use learning in a cyclical way. So if people attend those training courses, they will then take that back to their teams. They'll share that learning, so that kind of organic growth and that organic understanding and process of how we learn. We embed that really, really well in Hertfordshire. We see that learning is well embedded through our audit cycles. We're not talking about those today, but we have robust measures in place in terms of assurance to make sure that what we're doing in terms of learning and development is having the right impact on practice, and ultimately is helping people to live the best lives that they can. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your not just professional, but also your personal circumstances. If members won't mind, I'd like to kick off with a question, the indulgence. One of the things that occurs to all of us is basically that we know there are systems to identify, and one of the things is that we know that looking at what has been presented, once patients or members of the public have been identified, there's a whole spectrum of support and all that. But at the back of all of our minds is always the unidentifiable, i.e., if you access your GP, then obviously they can be seen that way. If they're known to adult social care, they're identified that way. If they're in a care home, they're identified. Even if they get Meals on Wheels, I'm pretty sure they get training in identifying. But what about the very, very few who are maybe independently well off, where they don't want to be identified, not known to anyone, live in a completely sort of isolated area? How do you, admittedly it might be very, very small, how do you try and see how you engage with those? I'll open up to whoever wants to answer that question.
I mean, I do think it's difficult. I think it would be impossible to identify absolutely everybody who has experienced domestic abuse, whether they were older or younger. There is always that challenge. But I think that, particularly from a professional perspective, recognising signs, understanding, being very diligent when referrals come in. I think it's sometimes the softer intelligence which might help us to recognise something as domestic abuse, whereas probably 5-10 years ago there are things that we wouldn't have identified as domestic abuse. As I say, we have a lot of contact, a lot of network across the integrated care partnership with our health partners. We work really closely with colleagues. And so again, sometimes those discussions, I think they used to call them over the water cooler discussions. Actually, those are also soft intelligence ways of us identifying people. I mean, I think it's, there is also challenging identifying people who are from global majority backgrounds who may be less willing to come forward, who may have less engagement with their GP, and where language may be a barrier as well to asking for help. So we take all of those things into account in terms of how can we ensure that we are available and that people know how to get in contact with us. But, as with everything, you can never fully mitigate every single risk.
No, thank you. I mean, in your question, you sort of said people who don't want to be engaged with us, and we have to be, careful of the powers of the state. We're not there to sort of intervene in people's lives unnecessarily and without really good reason. We do get referrals from family members quite often. Unfortunately, sometimes it's from the children who are raising issues against their siblings, and there's disputes often about finances for some reason, and the adults, and it's domestic abuse which they're raising. They're raising my sister is abusing because they're asking for the money, but then there's a counter allegation. But that would come under domestic abuse, and they're quite complex. But we focus on the adult and what they want, and sometimes what they want is their children to get along. It's about that wider awareness. So that Keeping Carers Safe leaflet has gone out into GP surgery, and it doesn't say safeguarding it because the feedback we had from carers in Hearts and that, people get put off by that. So that's what it's about, feeling safe, keeping safe. And the first bit of it is, it's sort of like a traffic light that was green. So when it's low level, you're just feeling a bit worried about that. This is where you can, this is who you can reach out to. And by reaching out to those people, then they've had the training to recognise something more, you could refer it in. If someone's totally not engaging with any services, that is really tricky. And I think the thing with COVID, I think through adult services, children's services and mental health services, we're now seeing the pent up stuff that where people weren't engaging with other services, that weren't getting that early warning, but it's coming a bit further down the line now, and we're definitely seeing that demand coming through. And I know children's services are absolutely seeing that with children who are coming through.
Thank you. And I think I might well be talking about Katie. I think this, as Katie mentioned, the J9 project and raising awareness in the community is so important, because you'll have older people that do go and have their hair done. You'll have them having go to the chiropodist to have their nails done, church. So it's raising awareness in areas that older people might well go to, that are there, even if they are, if they've got dementia, they might not have their carer with them because they're there in a safe environment. And it's that safe environment that might well then raise that opportunity for them to then disclose that they might be subject to domestic abuse. So it's raising awareness, and it's giving the confidence to people to be a light to it and answer those questions. It's the same as they've done a really brilliant job in relation to male barbers. Same thing, and males are going into and actually are happy to talk to their barbers, and it's something similar along those lines.
Just from an operational viewpoint, just to reiterate that the staff do engage in the monetary training. We track people who have attended that training, ensure that they do the refreshers. And another thing we do is keeping it local. So all the operational teams will have a champion who go and connect with local groups and communities. That includes local shopkeepers as well, because often shopkeepers will know about local people in their area who may not be known to services otherwise. We also have diversity inclusion champions who work with minority communities locally, and often that's an opportunity for people to have private conversations. They're very skilled at identifying and acknowledging when abuse may have taken place, and also be able to have those sensitive conversations that allow safe spaces for people to be able to engage in those. So we're getting very skilled at trying to not only acknowledge and recognise people who may be experiencing domestic abuse, but also to be able to get them to open up and have those conversations.
Yeah, so link sort of off the back of what Liz has said, just around that, the community side being so important to this. There's lots of work still to do with professionals on identification of abuse across all organisations, and the same work needs to happen in the community. I just wanted to bring in a consultation that we ran with Hertfordshire victims and survivors in 2021. So we did a big survey. We got 642 responses from Hertfordshire residents, and 68% of those had spoken to a friend, family member or a colleague about the abuse that they had experienced. So that's just to highlight really the importance just of the general public understanding what abuse is, and making sure that pathways are really, really clear, because there are upwards of 40 domestic abuse services in Hertfordshire. As a county council, we commissioned 2 of those on a county-wide basis. So, you know, victims and survivors do tell us that those pathways are really confusing, and that's something we're looking at and that I'll talk about later. But yeah, that awareness across all levels is what's absolutely key, because you never know where someone is going to disclose or who they're going to feel comfortable talking to.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I mean, look, I asked a question and 5 people came up with their answers, which makes me realise actually I'm not the only one thinking this. You've all thought of it. That's actually quite heartening. And I think the point that you made, I think it's empowering those people who are not professionals, the everyday person, to identify abuse and then to be able to report it, know how to report it, is actually the key here. I think, was Catherine wanting to come in?
It was also just to add an additional comment that I don't think we've covered, because we've been talking very much about community services, but there's also a lot of work going on to encourage employers to have domestic abuse policies as well. So it was just to add that as well.
Yeah, of course, that's great. I'll take it to my members now. I think Fiona was the first put her hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. There are 2 questions here. One is directed at Lucy and Helen, and the other is more for Keith. The first one relates to the covert administration of medication. So does HCC or the ICB or the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board have a policy on the covert administration of medication? And these guidance issued to care homes and to family carers.
Yeah, what it is for families to answer. Sorry, we'll just work out who's the best person to answer that.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, we haven't spoken yet. I'm Karen Hastings. I'm the Head of Social Work and Safeguarding in HPFT Mental Health Services. In terms of covert medication in our wards, yes, we do have policies around that, and it's only allowed in very certain circumstances. And usually when an individual may be detained under the Mental Health Act, and that could be somebody that's experiencing dementia. In terms of covert medication in the community, we have had instances where they've actually been disclosed that family members have actually been covertly medicating another family member. It's not necessarily there was one circumstances where it wasn't linked to dementia, where it was containing an individual, and we had to take steps to remove that individual who lacked capacity from that property. So it's not a specific policy, but we responded in the sense of using safeguarding and also the law, which allowed us to do that.
Just before I bring Keith in, Natalie, if you could just add something. She just pointed something out to me.
It's just a reminder that Stella led a group recently around women's safety, and many of the recommendations are actually overlapping with this. So it talked about making sure that communities are aware of how to identify and to raise issues. I know this is against women, but I think it's there's a real meshing of coming together here. People who were victims of abuse not quite understanding how the system works, so the kind of support and advocacy that was available around that. So quite happy to share those two particular recommendations, then, if you're content for me to do that with us.
Around just highlights actually, and I think Helen mentioned this. Dementia and abuse is what we're discussing. You take out the dementia bit, we just talk. It's abuse across domestic abuse across the county. So it just shows all the various people working in departments and trusts in it. So good to see that there are some correlations between what you've done, Stella, and where we are today. Is there anyone else that wants to come in? I'll take Keith first because he actually put his hand up front.
Sorry, I've had time to think about your question, Fiona. So, use of covert medication. So if the person's got capacity and someone's covertly giving you medication, that's a big issue. That's absolutely a safeguarding issue, possibly a criminal issue. If you lack capacity, then there might be an option to do that in the person's best interest. For example, say they don't understand what the medication's for, they're rejecting it, and the best way to give it to them is covertly. But to make a best interest decision on that, you'd need medical advice and a clear direction under a clinician, because giving someone medication they don't know about it could have impacts that they're unaware of, or the person giving it is unaware of. So, but if it's been done to control someone and they don't know and it's used, that's not right. That would be a safeguarding, that would be an abusive issue. If that answers your question.
And then just to say, we have got the adult care services medication policy. There's a whole section in there around capacity and consent as well. And we'd also be using our monitoring officers who regularly go into care homes, care settings, to be looking at records of medication, all of those sorts of things as well. So
Thank you for answering the question. Yes, you have got a policy, but that's for care homes. So what sort of guidance and support is there for family carers?
In terms of medication?
In terms of the covert use of medication?
In terms of covert use of
particularly
medication.
thinking of antipsychotics.
Yeah. So it's a bit more of a difficult one to answer that, I think. Catherine, do you want to take that? It's more of a health question, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer this. This issue actually come up a couple of weeks ago when a pharmacist raised a specific incident. There are NICE guidelines, so anything unusual like that would be escalated for further advice, and then professionals would have discussions, etc. But there are NICE guidelines, there are CQC guidelines. If someone is being given covert medication, actually that is against the law unless a specific decision has been made around that, which would require a multi-agency response. Sometimes families will ask questions about, for example, crushing medication and putting it in a drink, and then it might be that we'll discuss with a pharmacist the option of putting the medication in an oral form rather than a tablet form to make it more tolerable. But again, capacity would be the issue. So even people with a dementia diagnosis, that does not mean that they don't have capacity to make decisions about their medications. And I think we need to be really clear that actually capacity is assumed, and reasonable adjustments are made to support people to make decisions. So covert medication is certainly not something that would be routinely recommended in a community setting. And if that was happening, that would be looked at by a range of professionals. I hope that answers.
Thank you. And for the second question, I think Keith is the most appropriate person to address it to. So what support and advice do we give carers for people with dementia who have a tendency to wander? So before the state where a carer may lock the person being cared for up to stop them wandering, what sort of advice can we give before things get to that stage?
Well, I think obviously, as you talked earlier, people guess there's two ways. So people, if someone's got needs and they might get allocated work on themselves to look at the best support they need and whether we need to do that, but also the carer themselves might get someone like Janet was saying to work with them. But there's a range of things. We have quite a really well-developed telecare offer in Hertfordshire, which can allow restrictions, not restrictions, but raising awareness so people remain independent as possible. So obviously locking someone in is not a good idea. It's not a safe idea doing that. But sometimes, care homes are locked as well. So there are things that can be in place. It's a hard one to answer because it's a whole range of things. So we look to people being the least restrictive option, and whatever that is for the person. And sometimes having some restrictions at home is less restrictive than them taken out of their family home and being placed in a care home that they don't really want to be in. But I suppose I'm just trying to think, there's so many sort of different things that could be in place for the care of food. Having care going in there at the times, like I say, telecare. It depends. I mean, I always think of this example that was given, and it's not for necessarily an older person, but actually it was someone with dementia, where they were wandering out of their house and they kept trying to get into the neighbour's car. Remember the story? And the neighbours would play, what this person doing? He's scratching the car because he kept trying to get in. He was using his door keys to try and get in. But so what was done? They bought an old car, put it in his garden. It didn't have an engine, and every night he'd go out, try and get in there, sat in it, and then went back in. It's fine. Where often, and it was a social worker who came up with that idea, but often, it would have been alert, he can't cope in the community, he's causing that, destroying the property of his neighbour. But that worked, and there's so many different options that could be looked at to see, why is the person wandering? Is it because they're looking for something? Can that be thought through? But sometimes people can lock certain areas of the house, but obviously you've got to look at risk, fire safety, and if they need call help. People can have living carers at home, 24-hour care, but wandering, and moving out there. I mean, I think there was a death recently where someone who left their family home and come to harm, and the family was arranged something, but they were balancing the restrictions and having 24-hour care, which the person didn't want. They didn't know what was going to happen to them happened, and it was just that balance of really controlling someone and giving them an autonomy, but managing that risk. So I don't know, Janet, if you've got any ideas of the sort of thing. Sorry.
I think we slipped quite a bit. So what it sounds like, sometimes we have to think outside the box. And to this end, you've given a great example there. I do need to try and get as many of the members in as questions as we can, remembering our remit and the fact that we're quite a bit over from time. So if I could just ask Stella first, then Mark, your questions. Try and keep them as succinct and brief as possible.
Thank you. So far. Can you take it back to ethnic minority victims, sort of the lesser of, and I haven't really touched on it so far. So, Councillor Watson said earlier about church communities. Happens in every community. The quiet crime. Let's think, how are we infiltrating those communities? Because where women quite often feel that they can't speak out, won't speak out, having met where someone said to me, I can't report it because it will be seen in my community. It's my fault. It's my fault it happened. But nevertheless, it quite clearly is happening. How are we getting it? How are we managing this? Thank you. Sorry, I keep looking at you, Keith.
I mean, what I can say for the adult safeguarding, because obviously we're focusing on those people with those additional needs, our sort of data mirroring, in some ways, the data of people who are accessing social care. So safeguarding, our numbers. So people are underrepresented from, different backgrounds, but they are in the wider social care. So because a lot of our reports that come into safeguarding come from professionals that we've talked about today. I think the wider reaching out around domestic abuse, and that's an absolutely valid issue. I think that's some of the stuff Katie was talking about at work, trying to reach out to those communities. I mean, from the Safeguarding Board point of view, we do have contact with, different organisations, including religious organisations, and to get into their policies, because they do have child protection issues, but they have got a remit around adult safeguarding, if you like. And we've produced a sort of something they can fit into their own procedures about what to look out for and work to raise. It's not specific to domestic abuse, it's more linking to safeguarding, how they can report things in. But I don't know if you want to answer about the wider stuff about reaching out to those hidden communities.
Yeah, if that's okay.
Sorry, can I just been advised here. We've got to keep in mind that we talk about dementia. I know there's overlap with domestic abuse, but we're kind of moving off topic a little bit. Unfortunately, I'll take chairman's privileges and just move on to the next question, if that's all right. Councillor Mark Watkins.
Thank you, Chairman. And I hope I'm not straying off subject. We've talked about care homes, and we hear very frightening stories from some care homes of adults being abused by the carers, workers there. But I haven't heard any reference to this being an area of focus in today's study. So I just want to be sure, is it something that the safeguarding board is looking at, and how do we measure that, and how do we ensure that those levels of abuse? Because obviously there's a community there that is much more vulnerable once those doors are closed. I'd like to leave it at that.
Yes, we do. We work very closely with the care providers, Hertfordshire Care Provider Association, that trains the care homes and provides support with the care homes. So domestic abuse with adults with dementia and domestic abuse is taught or is trained within the care homes and the care providers, and those routes of identification and obtaining support and safeguarding care and support needs is worked through, yes.
Just clarify that, if I may, Chairman. Sorry, I understand the intent. How do we know that it works? How do we sort of monitor that there isn't abuse going on in care homes? Is there any sort of formal way of doing it?
I mean, also, you probably haven't heard it today because we're focusing on domestic abuse, because obviously that would be classed as domestic abuse. So, I mean, there's loads of stuff we do. The majority of our referrals are from care providers, and we have in adult care services, we have weekly meetings about providers, which is multi-agency, where we get together strong intelligence but softer intelligence. The SQUIG, the Strategic Quality Improvement Group, which is one of the sub bits of the board that Liz talked about earlier, that's what they're focusing on, providers. And, you know, we were linking with CQC and our commissioning colleagues. So, I mean, we could do another day on that, but there's loads of stuff on that. See, it's an easy answer, but it's not been the focus today.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Watkins, you raised a good point. We are concentrating on the domestic aspects of it. I noted when you were commenting, you're doing these audit cycles, and would not for this meeting, but obviously this has helped every year. Perhaps an example of an audit cycle, examples of when you've had referrals from hairdressers and what that sort of thing. So that'd be an interesting one. Last question I'll take from Councillor Vince, please.
2 questions. Learning and development. We have following courses as part of. Oh, sorry. We have the following courses as part of our dementia learning and development offer. Who are they available to?
So they would be available to our social care practice workforce. Internal workforce. We do also work with HCPA, so the Hertfordshire Care Providers Association. And they would be commissioning and delivering a range of training to our provider services. So again, people who may work in home care. The other thing to say is, and I think I missed the slide, we do also offer a training and a learning and development course for carers, which is via Jewish Choice Centre. They are running at the moment, I think it's 3, they've got 3 specific courses running, which again is to improve identification of and response to older victims of adult family violence, to improve the response to older victims of domestic abuse. And they're available more widely, aren't they? They're not just for internal staff. Yeah. Oh, they're regarding carers, sorry.
So, yeah, let's take that on board.
Sorry. And then we also, with Carers in Hearts as well, it might have been useful actually, just thinking about it on reflection. Carers in Hearts, I'm sure, will also offer a range of support and advice and learning opportunities for specifically for carers in how to, how to support yourself, how to manage carer stress, how to look after somebody with dementia. On reflection, it would have been nice to have that as well. I've taken this purely from an adult care services perspective, but we do provide funding into Carers in Hearts for a specific learning and development post. And that post is funded out of one of my learning and development grants. So yeah, thank you.
Secondly, it's quite clear that you're very, very knowledgeable and deliver the best service that you can deliver. But it relies upon the community, which is also suffering cuts. Difficult to get a GP's practice. You have to go online now to do it. People don't just ring the doctors. The police force is cut to the core. It's relying on them too. And here at Herts County, we've already seen failings in the children's special needs provision. Are you adequately staffed to deliver what you're expected to deliver in this area? Because it's all right saying that we're going to do all this.
Just a reminder, the scrutiny is of the board rather than all the other external services. And I'll just come back to the key lines of inquiry. We're scrutinising the board and what they're doing. The financial aspects of what you've mentioned may well come up in other talks, but it's not a remit in which we are looking at. I will look to Natalie and see whether there's anything else you'd like to add to that.
I can rephrase. I'll rephrase. Is the board confident that there is staffing to deliver what they need?
I can take that. I think we do audits, we do scrutinies, we do training, and so the agencies come to the board to gain, and we then provide, or they provide the assurance to the boards that they are able to deliver. They will come to the board on occasions to say, we will say, we want this, we would like this as a board. And there will be occasions when they'll come to us and it will be, we can provide a certain amount. So the training and the work that we look at as a board is constantly scrutinised. And what I would say is that actually the offer that's provided is tailored to the agencies and what they are able to provide.
So I get that, but here at Herts County, here, are you confident that there are enough staffing here to take this role on and to deliver it the best it can?
I don't suppose there's ever going to be enough staff, in fairness, and there's never going to be enough money. What we have to look at is the priorities. So we as a board look at what is our business unit, what is our business plan, what are our priorities for the forthcoming year, and then we hold the partners to account in relation to those priorities. So one of the priorities that we've got for the end of last year and for this year is helping and supporting older people, raising awareness of older people with dementia. So I will then go to our partner agencies and say for them to come to me to say, how are you able to support that? I haven't had any agencies come back to me to say they can't do it because they're lack of money. So I can just say that as far as I'm concerned, I am assured that they are prioritising the adults with domestic abuse and dementia, working with other agencies, and that's a multi-agency. So yes, I can say that.
Thank you. I think I would like to come in.
Just to add, and hopefully give some assurance to the panel that such a priority given to our safeguarding work in adult care services. We are very regularly monitoring the amount of work that's coming through the safeguarding team. We have a prioritisation framework that we check out regularly. We've got timelines for how quickly we expect responses to be addressed, as we've heard already.
Tony Kingsbury, Councillor Kingsbury, is regularly briefed on our progress, our performance. So it is, I don't think it could be a higher priority in adult care services. Next week, we have the CQC inspection of adult care services, and we are, going to be closely examined on our safeguarding arrangements. Lucy's going to be leading that for us. So I'm confident by sitting and touching things that we will come out of that with the assessment of our approach.
Great. I'll close that if that's okay. Just add a couple of things. I actually am an inspector for the CQC as well, but for healthcare, and yeah, they do a very good deep dive. And I think for members, remember we give recommendations. The board go off and implement those. Okay, so keep that in mind. Our recommendations are what they action on. So those are sort of things that we need to provide. If that's okay, we will move on to the next item. We're about 40 minutes over. I'll just eat into our lunch, I assume. So I think the next speaker we've got is Karen Hastings.
Yes, I've already introduced myself, but will again, Karen Hastings. I'm Head of Social Work and Safeguarding in HPFT Mental Health Services, and I also chair the Policy and Procedure subgroup for the board. And I can get my colleague to introduce herself.
So Catherine Johnson, Kate Johnson, sorry, professional lead for safeguarding adults with HPFT. I also sit on the risk management subgroup, which is part of the domestic abuse partnership, and I'm the Marek strategic lead for HPFT.
Thanks, Kate. Lovely. So we're looking at our first slide. It's not as impressive as Lucy's data slide, but it was just to give you an impression or an oversight of the amount of referrals that come to us for adult safeguarding. So just to make it clear, we deliver adult safeguarding duties on behalf of the local authority for adults of all ages who have functional mental disorders. That's not dementia. So what we're looking at there is people who haven't got dementia, but I just wanted to give you a clue as to how important domestic abuse is to us as an organisation. It's over a quarter of the concerns that come into us. And then, of course, we work very closely with the local authority around adult safeguarding for people with dementia, because we deliver those services. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to try not to hold everybody up, because some of the things that we've talked about already have been talked about already, sorry. In terms of what we are doing in terms of responding to domestic abuse, we've prioritised training for domestic abuse. So our safeguarding team deliver webinars on a monthly basis on a different theme, and sometimes we ask for the independent domestic violence advisors to join us, and they deliver that training for us. We've already covered routine inquiry quite fully earlier on in the questions, so I won't go mention that too much. We're also linking in with the strategic partnership. We had 30 staff volunteer to become domestic abuse champions. I don't think they're all quite trained yet, because it limits how much training you can deliver. But that's a little bit of a step up from the J9 training. It's actually not just about sort of recognising and raising, but also supporting colleagues and advising colleagues on what to do if they're spotting domestic abuse, and how to have those difficult conversations, and how to support the victims as well safely. We're rolling out a domestic abuse resource kit for our staff, so they've got everything in their hands, and that includes some advice and information on people who are experiencing cognitive impairments, including people with dementia. And this is more about our adult services, but we do have independent domestic violence advisors co-located in the organisation. We've got 3 at the moment. Although they're co-located in our adult mental health services, there's nothing stopping somebody from mental health services and older people from popping across the corridor and speaking to them. So we've also introduced separate domestic abuse policies for the people that use our services and for the staff members, so that we as an employer can support victims of domestic abuse. We do some of the challenges. I think Vicky's really covered those off really well. I think Katie's also going to be talking to what the next steps are, because as you can see that final point there, we do have access to independent domestic violence advisors, but they might struggle or may not be able to work with people who lack capacity to consent to their service or to understand what's going on for them in their life in terms of abuse. So, yeah, I'm going to get Kate to talk to a case study.
Yeah, we wanted to provide an example of a case which was held by one of our older adults teams. Now, as Karen's mentioned, we hold the safeguarding responsibility for functional mental health, not for dementia, which falls under HCC's remit. However, we do obviously hold the health responsibility for dementia, so this crosses over both kind of aspects of older adults and domestic abuse. So this is the case of a married couple, both in their 80s. Daisy has a long-standing, this is obviously anonymised, just to add that, she has a long-standing bipolar diagnosis. So throughout their marriage, Peter has held some caring responsibility for her at times when she's needed that, when she's been unwell. But as they've both become older, he's developed some frailty issues and is also partially deaf and has recently started to experience some memory issues as well. So at this point in this case study, Daisy is on one of our inpatient units, and she's disclosed that she's concerned about going home. She said that her marriage has always been volatile, in her words, and potentially if she'd mentioned that previously, we might have thought maybe there was some domestic abuse, but this is the first time that's really come out. So she's mentioned it's always been volatile, but it's become more so since the memory issues began and her husband's behaviour has started to change. And she also believes that he has an air rifle which keeps by the bed. So the ward have raised a safeguarding concern, which, because Daisy is a functional mental health patient, has come to our older people's team. That's to say, Daisy has stated that she wants to go home, but she's afraid because she doesn't know whether she's going to be safe. So the safeguarding concern was raised and a number of actions were taken. And because we're a joint mental health and social care trust, some of the actions kind of encompass both sides of that. And hopefully this illustrates kind of the range of things that can be done around the safeguarding to kind of support both sides in these kind of cases. So the police were contacted regarding the possible weapon and the safety issues around that, and they actually kind of went and investigated, had a look, and cleared that she was safe to go home. But we also looked at kind of referral to domestic abuse organisations, which sometimes is overlooked for our older cohort, but in this case, thankfully, it wasn't. It's a good practice example that was signposted for her. But we also gained consent to speak to her daughter about the concerns, recognising that importance of family to people who have care and support needs, particularly in this older age category. And the daughter was asked to contact the GP in regards to Peter's memory issues, a social care assessment arranged for Daisy, but also for Peter in recognition of the fact that he was also developing social care needs and may need some support around that. And the idea of that really was kind of to reduce some of that codependency in the relationship, which had built up because of the developing issues as they've both grown older. And it was confirmed that she was able to return home. So those were the actions that came out of that safeguarding. And we wanted to follow the second kind of part of the case study with what happened 5 months later. So by this time, Peter has been diagnosed with dementia, and Daisy is reporting that the issues have actually escalated as his behaviours have changed as part of that diagnosis. And particularly since he's been told by his medical team that he's not allowed to drive. So he's become very verbally, very physically aggressive when she's trying to take the car keys away from him. So there's some kind of real issues there in the relationship, with that abuse kind of escalating, but again, that codependency. Now, in this case, Daisy wasn't consenting to a safeguarding inquiry, and so the safeguarding was kind of, it was eligible under the Care Act, but it wasn't in line with making safeguarding personal kind of principles. It didn't proceed to a full inquiry. However, there was some work done around kind of safety planning with the family, who were also taking more of a caring role for Peter now as his dementia escalated. So there was some safety planning put in place with Daisy, with the family, just to kind of make sure that if they knew what to do if those behaviours continued to become more risky for Daisy, and advice given in regards to contacting the police. And what I haven't put on there, which probably should have done, is there was also that continued support for Peter, which doesn't stop just because somebody is perpetrating abuse. We're obviously continuing to offer that support for him around his dementia, looking at kind of what can be done to help ameliorate some of the effects of the disease. But also consideration of Daisy as his carer, because obviously that codependency is very much shifting, where she is also taking on more caring responsibilities for him as the dementia increases, and thinking about kind of possibilities for carer safeguarding at times when she's well and maybe doesn't have her own carer support needs. So we looked at kind of carer safeguarding. So a really kind of comprehensive way of looking at things, even without that kind of ongoing safeguarding inquiry that she wasn't consenting to, but just thinking about how do we support that person with the dementia who is perpetrating the abuse in a way that is going to be beneficial to her as the victim as well, whilst also making sure that door is open for her to receive support in her own right if she needs to. The final slide we've got just kind of pulls on some of the learning from domestic homicide reviews. As was mentioned earlier, I think there were 3 over the last few years that involved older people. And some of these have had direct learning for us as an organisation, and also more widely around older people. So the learning from those DHRs involving the older adults was shared with our older people's team directly through their practice governance meetings to make sure that it was kind of filtered down to that kind of operational level. As a result of that, the teams are now requesting proof of lasting power of attorney at the point of entry into the services to make sure that we know when family members are claiming to have lasting power of attorney and we're concerned that there might be some financial abuse, actually we've got that proof there and we know how we can challenge that in the most appropriate way and potentially go down the different pathways. And the welcome booklet was amended to include information about lasting power of attorney, so that could be properly looked into. There's also been a prompt to inquire about domestic abuse added to the older adults initial assessment guidance, which is kind of one of our first steps towards thinking more about routine inquiry, and that's going to be built on in that work that we're doing more generally across the trust. And also the information about older adults domestic abuse is including in all of our training on domestic abuse. We have slides in there now about the kind of specific issues around that cohort, but just raising awareness that it is still an issue and shouldn't be overlooked in light of the older adult issues.
Thank you very much. I think we all appreciate the case studies, which are probably the ones that we're adds a lot more to all the policies that we have going on. I'm going to take this opportunity to ask for the next presenter from the police response to domestic abuse and older people to present, with the emphasis again, the case studies is what we're kind of interested in, as we're short on time, and then we can take questions as we go.
Tell DHR being used various times. I mentioned this couple of DHR. I don't know whether the rest of the panel know. It's a domestic homicide review. Yeah. Now, it's well known to professionals. I've been sitting here thinking, I'm trying to find out what DHR is. So, just a small comment.
Yeah, I think when Nicky Doyle did her presentation, she did mention.
Sorry, I'm very early on.
But no, that's clear, that's fine.
You sort of have it repeated.
No, of course. I mean, I don't know why, if anyone, I work in the NHS, 3-letter acronyms all over the place.
My colleague also talking about the same thing.
At the end of the background report, there is a short glossary which picks up all of the abbreviations and acronyms that have been used. So if you want a quick reference to what they all mean, go to the end of the background report.
Yes, thank you for that. So yes, so if we could have the next presentation, please.
Good morning, good afternoon even. I'm Neil Hastings, I'm one of the sergeants in the domestic abuse unit for Herts Police. Next to me is Chief Superintendent Doug Black as well from the police. In terms of our units, if we go to the next slide, please. So apologies, I've got some names on there. These are straight from the BBC News, but these I believe are important. I mean, this is a case that I personally worked on. I was the family liaison officer. So I got to meet the family that suffered this horrible experience. Jeanette and John Dundervand, that's the BBC News. The man who shot his wife could not bear her suffering. A really unfortunate case from 2019, I believe. Jeanette was a previous mayor for Berkhamsted. Had a very nice home, middle-class family, no reports of domestic violence previously before then. But unfortunately, Janet had been suffering from dementia prior to that. I believe it's on there. It's 2014, I believe, that she was suffering from. Oh, February 2018, apologies. Both her and her husband were 81, but he felt something, unfortunately, and it's in the slide there, that he just couldn't cope. And 5 days before she was due to move into their care home, her husband called the police and stated he had shot his wife because she has severe dementia, but police could find him in the back garden and that he would shoot himself next. And unfortunately, when police did arrive, he not only killed his wife, but killed himself. Unfortunately, he left a note at home as well for his family, and basically said that life is so awful now for both of us, so the kindest and the nicest thing I can do is to end it. The daughter that I was looking after, Suzanne, described her father's actions as selfless acts of love and devotion. So this shows what we are dealing with unfortunately, and what can go wrong if you don't put the care in place. This family had never had any dealings with the police before, and this was a surprise to anyone. So next slide, what are we? So my department is a specialist team, and we've been going since 2016. We have 70 members of staff within the unit, and they're made up of police constables, detectives and civilian staff with a lot of knowledge and experience and some extensive training. There are 4 operational teams who deal with daily prisoners and a team of specialist safeguarding officers who are dedicated to supporting and tackling domestic abuse perpetrators. They deal with medium risk and high risk. And we also have a Marek team as well that been covered already that sit within our department that will deal with the Marek meetings. For the police, protecting the vulnerable is the #1 priority and is #1 in our force control strategy. In terms of stats today, I haven't actually got many stats, but I know these stats have been covered already, but already we can see that there's 2.4 million adults that have experienced domestic abuse. In terms of, rather than going into the detail there, I mean, the key things I can take away from that is that those victims over 60 are more likely to stay within the family home after abuse. And these are the difficulties we have as a police sometimes, dealing with safeguarding those victims. They will stay at the family home, and trying to find a safe place for them after we deal with them is very difficult. The next slide, please. So what is domestic abuse? How does it look? Well, it can take place as physical abuse, sexual abuse, financial abuse. The financial abuse from the police point of view, we don't get reported to so much, but I'm pretty sure that happens on a regular basis, but we don't get to see that as much as perhaps we should. There's controlling and coercive behaviour and also emotional abuse. We see all these incidents on a daily basis, but unfortunately, once again, those victims over 60, we don't see so much. So what have we been doing recently to try to look after our victims? We've recently introduced an initial victims need assessment that has been incorporated in 2024. And what that is, the intervention officers that attend those initial incidents, they can now look at the need of the victim and refer them to the specialist support they need. So that is being worked upon, and some good work's been done from that. The training for our initial officers is extensive. What I would say is that in terms of dementia, I think more needs to be done, and certainly I've heard some great presentations today about some additional assistance that those officers can get on dementia. We do have a mental health triage car that drives around Hertfordshire with paramedics and mental health workers, and they can also assess those victims and suspects at the home address as well. So some great work is being done on that. On the next slide, we do have another case study. Apologies, there is a picture of a neck wound. But in terms of this is a victim that has dementia. So this is looking at the victim side. Police received a call from the daughter of a 17-year-old male stating that she's just witnessed him trying to cut off his 83-year-old wife's head with a meat cleaver. So the actual daughter was present in that. Police attended and arrested the male on suspicion of attempted murder. The male, who is a functioning alcoholic, stated that he wanted to kill his wife, citing that he cannot look after her anymore. She is not the same woman that he married. He's arrested, in custody. He is medically assessed, as all our suspects in custody are, by mentally trained mental health workers, and he's treated no differently to any other suspect. Given his legal rights and forensic samples are taken. In interview, when it was put to him about what happened, he went no comment and said the memory of the incident is blurry. Next slide, please. The victim is taken to hospital. She is 83 and she has dementia. She has a minor cut to her neck that requires a suture. Medical notes state that cut millimetres from the main artery. Her dress is locked down for scenes of crime. That could have been a lot worse, that case. The wife is treated, no statement can be taken. That's some of the difficulties we find with our victims with dementia. how we gather that evidence from them. It's not right to take a statement from them. Her daughter said to us that she may remember the incident, but only when she's most lucid, normally in the afternoon. So our consideration were, as a police force, was how do we take a statement from the victim? Is it in her best interest to take this matter to a criminal court? We had admissions already, and we had a witness in the clear scene, the person that landed in. Although there's no history, they are known to social services. Is this a cry for help from the suspect or genuine attempts at murder? Although we know from previous experience dealing with domestic violence, although there is no history, and especially in terms of victim and suspects over 60, this is probably not the first incident. But how do we get evidence? How long has the abuse been happening? Do we bail the defendant, potentially putting him back into that home address? How can we safeguard all those involved? What happened next? The male was charged and remanded, which meant he went straight into police custody on suspicion of attempted murder. Next day, a bail application was made and is agreed but denied when his family decide they do not wish to house him. They do not feel they can look after him or trust him after what's happened. Officers attempt to take a video interview of the victim the same day, but she cannot remember the incident, does not provide any evidence, and she is housed with her daughter. The male remained in custody for further 4 months. When he last appears in court, he's in a wheelchair. He requests a good year hearing, which is simply hearing him in front of a judge to ask how long will I get if I plead guilty to this offence. And he pleads guilty to 2 attempted murder, and he's released on licence, but thankfully away from our victim. The next slide is a reverse of that and looks at how we dealt with it. And this is when the suspect has dementia, and the abuse in this case has happened during the whole life of the relationship. The lady's been looked after at home by her daughter. After falling down the stairs, she fractured her leg and spine. As a result, her husband is taken into respite care. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2014, but it has deteriorated dramatically over recent years. Once alone, the wife confides that she's been struggling to cope with her husband, and she disclosed that he has cracked her wrist and pushed up against the wall, a hand run through at some point recently during an episode of confusion and anger. But she does also state this has been happening throughout the whole life. So we do find in a lot of our cases where, although the abuse has happened due to dementia, perhaps, we also find that that abuse has been happening as well during the whole life, just hasn't been reported. The daughter calls the police. Officers attend and take a crime report. She does not want to cooperate with her husband. She wants help believing that he needs full-time care. She is left with her daughter safe for the time being, as he is placed in short-term care. Next slide, please. So as a police, we have to look at the best interest of our victim and him. Does he have the mental capacity? Is he culpable for his actions? Do we have enough evidence for an evidence-led prosecution? And if so, should we do it against the wishes of our victim? How will it impact the family? Who is responsible for ensuring the wife's safety? And how do we keep everyone safe? What happened next? So our safeguarding department reviewed the case and speak to both the victim and the daughter. They do not want to support police action still, but they express genuine concerns for the wife if the husband returns. Her daughter expresses that she knew that her father was strict, had no idea the abuse her mother had been subjected to. The safeguarder phones respite care and discusses the concerns with the husband's allocated social worker. They are adamant that he has a right to return to his property as he is a tenant. They indicate he will return in the next week. Adult safeguarding are called and the case is referred to a marriage meeting. In the meantime, we refer the victim to the National Centre for Domestic Violence, NCDV, who allocate a solicitor to organise an occupation order to prevent him going back to that address. As a result of the MARAC, adult safeguarding speaks to the husband who has periods of lucidity. He makes admissions to being violent to his wife wife in the past, not recently. This leads him to be placed in adult full-time care. So these are the sort of cases we are dealing with on a daily basis. And these are the considerations we always have as the police. Do we go down the criminal route, or do we go down a more holistic approach to looking after the needs of both the victim and the suspect in these sort of matters? And it is a difficult one for us to decide. The main thing for the police is for the safeguarding of the victim. That's our priority in all these cases. We work closely alongside our IDFA service, and they look after us. There's many different companies that we do refer to, but we work closely alongside them to see what's best for our victims. Social care often have the biggest role to play. Families need to speak to the GP in terms of respite care, day centres. And there's lots of support organisations that we use, such as HUK and Jewish Choice. What we have found in terms of IDFA services, though, that only 3% of victims over 60 are getting assistance from the IDFA services, not because of the IDFA themselves, in terms of they're not simply willing to go with those services. We find that a losing battle trying to get them to go with our IDFA service. And that's it.
Thank you very much for that. Neil Hastings?
Neil Hastings, yes.
Just before we take questions, can I just confirm quite a lot of information there for the public domain to see? I know you said this is all in the news. Can I just confirm that it is okay to present what you presented so far, just for those that are a little bit sort of worried?
Yes, it's got the BBC News, my first article, so it's taken straight from the BBC News article.
Okay, and the second one as well?
I haven't, the case study, I'm actually names on that. I made sure names were redacted.
I see, but the incidents as well. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Just
that's okay.
I'll turn first to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it's quite my reaction to what you've just told us, how you have to differentiate between intent and circumstances. If that's the right thing. I guess I have two questions. One is simply that you said it's the largest team in Option 4, which is, again, I found that quite surprising, I guess, thinking in the wider context of what would rather be sorry else than anything. But I guess it's more common than anything this you want to have to clarify, but that is the case. But my question really is around, and this is a slightly rhetorical question, do you think that when these cases have reached you, there's a sense that the system has failed previously, that this how things become so drastic? Maybe failure isn't quite the right word, under-reported, under-identified. I'm not pointing fingers with blame here. I'm trying to understand, when you get there, it's drastic, to have some
yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, obviously, the last time, I think the stats for domestic violence are always the same. It may be the 30th time that this instance happened, and it's the 30th time they've actually called the police. So prior to that, it's happened within the home, and this is the third. I think the stats show the 30th occasion this has happened, and they finally call the police. So yes, and certainly in dementia, a lot of times the family will get involved and they will find out what's happening. But you're right, it is that cry for help, that last cry for help. Where do I go now? What do I do? And they come to us when it's hit that drastic moment, as you put it. So
just that question about the relative size of the force you're with compared to other areas, is that the recognition, if you like, that it's either a significantly large challenge for Hertfordshire? So is that typical, by the way, of other?
No, I mean, there's been a lot of investment and training put in the domestic violence unit. It is the number one in the full strategy. Vulnerability, domestic violence org, and Herts Police are putting a lot of resources into that department, ensuring that it's fully staffed and the training is in place. I'm glad that's happening.
Thank you very much. I just remind members also we had two presentations for time's sake. So if you have any questions for our first presenter, the Hertfordshire Partnership I'd be grateful. In fact, I have a question actually. One of your slides, which was around the challenges, and you mentioned the risk of financial abuse, particularly around lasting power of attorney. Of course, that for those, I'm sure everyone knows, but and I'm going through it myself for my father, in terms of the two aspects, one being the financial and also one being the health part. I want to talk about the financial one because I think, as mentioned, domestic abuse actually mentions very specifically about the finances, and having read a few more cases, sometimes that is how these things get triggered. What is the role of the lawyer or solicitor who draws up these power of attorney? Did they ever come and say, look, I've just been asked to do this, but I'm not sure whether they've been coerced into it? Maybe a very difficult question. I appreciate that. Just wondering if that's something that's come to your attention.
But no, it hasn't. But the one thing I will say, just in a different context from my experience, if a lawyer is presented with somebody who say, we want to speak to that individual, who appears already to lack the capacity to consent to that individual acting as their attorney, then they won't take that instruction. And it's a risk for them. But whether they then take the next step and think, perhaps they need to alert somebody to this, I don't know. It certainly hasn't come to my attention. I would say, just as a reminder, you can't get a lasting power of attorney when you already lack capacity. You have to have the capacity to consent to that before. And then when you start to lose capacity to manage your finances, say, or your health, then a decision might be made to enact it so that your attorney can act in your best interests. So Kate wanted to come on that.
Yeah, I think it's also worth recognising that you don't actually necessarily need to go through a lawyer to get lasting power of attorney. I know it was for my father, and we went through the website. You just do it yourself and send it off, and it goes through. I think for our teams, it's been more what we've seen is that actually they've had concerns about the person. They have proof of the lasting power of attorney, but they have concerns that's not being well managed. And then it's about going through that process about contacting, and my brain's gone completely dead about who you contact, the official title. The public guardian, yes, the guardian. It's one of those mind blank moments. About going through that process of actually getting that person, challenging that, getting that person displaced. So that's really more of what we've seen through our older people's teams, where that lasting power of attorney has become an issue.
Thank you very much. One last question before I pass on to our members. On the same slide, you mentioned that the independent domestic violence advisor service are unable to work with adults who lack capacity, although they may be able to advise. Would you mind just elaborating who and how would they advise to?
So we have quite a good working relationship with the local IDVA service, and we're trying to really build on that. They do actually have a complex needs IDVA now. So I think they are also looking into how they can work more kind of comprehensively with people who lack capacity. But in general, we have our co-located IDVAs within the trust. So I think it's twice a week. We have an IDVA in various of our different teams, so they can offer support and advice directly to our staff if they wanted to kind of contact them about a case. And if the IDVA service was saying, actually, we can't take the referral, they would be able to come back and say, but these are the things you might be able to consider. These are the options that might be available. We can help you to kind of signpost in the right direction. And kind of using our mental health experience around capacity and about the diagnosis and kind of that side of things in conjunction with their kind of expert advice around domestic violence and what resources are out there. So it's really that kind of joint work, and I think we're trying to work quite hard on building that. And we also, as a safeguarding team, have an inbox that is available to all of our staff, working days 9 till 5, and we can make those connections if they aren't existing already. So if teams aren't sure where to go, we can point them towards that co-located IDVA or the IDVA service more generally to kind of start getting that advice and making those links.
Thank you very much. We have a question here from Fiona Guest.
Thank you. Again, there's two questions. The first one's really directed to, I think, Karen and Catherine would be the most appropriate people to answer it. And that is community pharmacies. The company I used to work for had a safeguarding policy which involved contacting one's line manager and contacting the professional services department, the head office. Then is there policy that smaller community pharmacies, but those who don't have such a head office, could go to if domestic abuse is disclosed to them or if they suspect domestic abuse?
I think any of us in this row might be able to answer this one. Liz, do you want me to take it anyway? Yes, the Chair of Policy and Procedures or Group. So the Heart Safeguarding Adults Board website has loads of brilliant resources, and one of the key resources is actually our board policy on safeguarding. And in that, you can find everything, including advice and support, a little bit of advice and support on what is domestic abuse and how that's, fits for safeguarding adults. And also the site will give you information on how to make the referrals and so on. But I often point providers, smaller providers, in the direction of that policy. It's a big policy, so they may not want to adopt the whole thing, but it's about, for them, maybe recognising and raising it, because that policy also includes how to do safeguarding, which they don't need to necessarily know, but at least it helps them to understand what the duties might be in terms of maybe joining in the conversation, and also their right to have some information about the referral they've made and how that's been processed.
And sorry, just to add, from an ICB perspective, the management of the pharmacy, dental and ophthalmology has actually transferred from NHS England to the integrated care boards. So they would also have a link into support from the integrated care board as well.
Thank you. The second question really is to Doug and Neil, and particularly in the case of families which are adamant they don't want any help, then what can be done before a crisis happens and before a tragedy occurs?
Before it happens or afterwards? Sorry.
Before, to prevent things coming to crisis point and a tragedy occurring.
Once again, for us, it's very difficult because it comes to us at that point of the crisis. So in terms prior to that, it's very difficult for us to do any work for that point. Afterwards, there's lots we can do, even if our victim is unsupported. We have domestic violence protection notices we can put in place, civil orders we can put in place, lots of work we can do afterwards. But prior to that point, I'm not sure what we can do.
If I just come in, I think our independent chair would like to say something.
Thank you. So I think for us, it's raising that awareness. So it's trying to put processes in place to prevent the crisis, so prevent people actually getting into that crisis point. So again, that's raising awareness for everybody, all agencies. So the police as well, that when they attend a burglary or when other members of staff or other agencies actually have involvement with that family, it's putting those things in place prior to the crisis point. So that's the saying that we spoke about, the J9, and it's identifying and where can we guide and put in the agencies that are already out there who can offer support for either the carers or the person with dementia to try and stop them tipping into crisis point. So that's one of the big things that we are working on as a board, is how can we stop the crisis, people being tipped into those crisis points.
Okay, Wilson. Oh, sorry, Janet.
And from an operational viewpoint, what we do, we take a multi-agency approach where all the lead agencies would come together and formulate a risk assessment plan. And within that risk assessment plan, they'll be monitored and reviewed as well. So we keep sight of that person.
Kate. Casey, sorry.
No, that's fine. So when a victim has been risk assessed or they haven't been risk assessed and it's very clear that they are at high risk of serious harm or homicide, so there's a number of indicators for that, such as strangulation, that sort of thing, they can be referred without consent to MARAC, which is Multi-Agency Risk Assessment Conference. That's a multi-agency meeting where all the professionals that are involved with a victim will meet to work out basically how can we address that risk and bring it back down. So regardless of whether they're consenting to be referred to a specialist service or not, that process still stands regardless of capacity. And then I'll talk later about the local domestic abuse strategy and prevention within that, because that will talk about what we try and do to stop things getting to crisis and to critical points.
Great. I'm aware that it's almost lunchtime. I have one last question to ask our police colleagues. Obviously, well, not obviously, but being called out to mental health crisis, I believe there's been a change in what the police will go to and not go to. Could they assure us that with regards to dementia and domestic abuse, those changes are not affected?
No, they're not affected. Sorry. Yes, they're not affected. We work with partners day in and day out to ensure that we can still provide the best service.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any more questions. Mike, I don't think there's any more questions for the members. So I think this is a great time to have our lunch. Just a couple of things. I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken and contributed. I know the adult social care team, some of you are going to go off and you've got the CQC, so good luck with that. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to ask if we have a quick lunch and keep to the timetable. So back for 1:10. I will stay here for the next 5 minutes if any of the members or anyone wants to come to speak to me about anything like that. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming back from lunch. So before we start the next session, I'd like Head of Scrutiny to give a summary of this morning's scrutiny.
You'll need to bear with me because I think there was an awful lot of information that was provided today just in the morning session. So there's quite a bit that I would want to just remind members of what you've heard about so that you can then build on to that with the witnesses that you hear from this afternoon. I think anybody who sat through the morning would absolutely understand fundamentally the complexity of this area, that actually safeguarding is tricky, and safeguarding of older people is trickier, and safeguarding of older people with dementia is the trickiest of all. And I'm not surprised that it hasn't come to the annual scrutiny until this point, where there was sufficient data and understanding of initiatives and how partners could work to that to provide members with a better understanding of what the board is doing under Liz's leadership as the independent chair. One thing I did want to remark on, because I think that this would be something that members would be pleased to hear, is that I've had a number of witnesses come along to me over the lunch break to say how valuable they've found this session in hearing from other agencies about what is being undertaken in different areas and how they might adapt that or actually make a link with that agency to find out more about it. So I think if nothing else came out of the scrutiny, and I know there will be lots coming out of the scrutiny, but if nothing else came, I think that members can see that they've already done an extremely valuable job in identifying this scrutiny, and with the input of the independent chair and Mary as service manager in pulling together a really decent programme, and the witnesses that you've heard from over the day. Having said that it's a complex area, a number of witnesses, I think virtually all of them, talked about the difficulty in identifying. That's agencies themselves being able to identify somebody who has dementia and is potentially being subject to abuse of whatever description. And there's also the difficulty of people themselves identifying that they are a victim, and understanding that actually there is support available and they can seek that out. Again, one of the other complexities is that with the older age group that are being dealt with, their understanding of what's acceptable within a relationship can be quite different from those who are sitting in this room. And this may be something that they've been living with for many decades in that relationship, and just see it as something as part and parcel of how they work. I did think it was interesting, well, from the police, that they talked about at times the identification coming from the offspring of the couple in question, who are actually seeing their parents' relationship in an entirely different light and seeing that something has to be done to safeguard the individuals within that. And I think that somebody used the expression a hidden group. And I thought that was actually quite a layperson's description of what we're hearing about today. In terms of identifying, there were a number of times where witnesses talked about the difficulty of their own staff actually being able to see the signs and ask the right kind of questions to enable that person to be rather more forthcoming about what is happening in their life. So I think that is something that to hold on to. And also discussion with the chairman at lunchtime was whether you could create some sort of hub where everything comes together, there's a one-stop shop and it's all contained there. However, again, this morning, witnesses were saying they might disclose to me in the health service, but they might disclose to the barber. So it's kind of having the roots, as many roots into safeguarding as can possibly be constructed. So that requires the board and its partners to ensure that there is a comprehensive level of understanding about safeguarding and the indicators of what to look out for. And that I will touch on recommendations at the end of the summary. There's also I was talking a bit there in the summary about the age group of people, but I think there's also some cultural mores around this as well. This is very private. This is our relationship. It's very personal, and there can be some societal issues and faith issues that actually this is the way we deal with things. This is the way I deal with things. I'm not comfortable with this being aired, or actually I feel a sense of shame that this has happened. So again, that's something that needs to be taken into account with any measures that are being put into place. I thought it was interesting that people are, on the whole, they're more willing to disclose physical violence than domestic abuse. Again, for the issues that I've just touched on there. I thought it was important that you heard from the ACS colleagues that the voice of the individual, regardless of their level of dementia, remains central to what is going on, and actually their capacity and support to enable that capacity to become clear in actions that are going to be taken. Just moving on to some of the kind of the more processy bits, I think that members would have been assured that you got evidence that recommendations are made and there is a process for following them through. I think you got assurance from Liz as independent chair about what was going to happen with those JSNA recommendations. You heard from Helen Maynooth from ACS in terms of actually what the process is around ACS monitoring that data, and the fact that CQC are coming in to look at the service, including safeguarding, and that will provide further insights into that. It's very hard to know what to leave out actually, because there's such a lot here. What in terms of that, having as many routes as possible, the point made that a lot of the soft intelligence is really important in actually somebody kind of having a concern but not quite sure whether it's safeguarding, and just making sure that that is captured within services that partners are responsible for, and how that is being going through to the board. Talked about all of that. You heard some initiatives, and I think that Katie may actually talk a little bit more about this J9. So I won't go into that in too much detail, because I think that's a really helpful way forward. You heard about legal powers of attorney, and how at HPFT, which I think kind of gave quite a neat example of even if they're not familiar about it, they know that they can talk to colleagues about some signposting, some guidance and some advice to make sure that that's dealt with appropriately. Heard that the board's website itself has many resources, so again, pointing people to that. It's not a one-stop shop, but could be a useful point to gather everything together. So in terms of the recommendations, the areas that emerged were identification, training, and that is including for members as well, because I think there was a real identification this morning that members would like to know more, because often they are a signposter within their communities in terms of what happens next. Raising awareness and actually what the next steps are within the community. Community engagement. So that is how to connect with communities that perhaps don't engage as much with the services that sit on the board, and how the board is going to take that forward, and how it's going to work around some of the faith and cultural issues that exist possibly for traveller communities and other groups. So I'm estimating at this point there are 4 broad recommendations or areas of focus that you've returned to repeatedly over the morning. I'll pass that to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Natalie. As you see, it's very, very comprehensive, and talking with the members at lunchtime, definitely areas that you've covered that are of their concern. So we'll open the proceedings for this afternoon. Welcome new witnesses. If you just want to speak, just introduce yourself if you haven't already. I'd like to now ask our next presenter, which I believe is the ICB response. Is that yourself? Okay. Brand. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm here to on behalf of Sheila Cole. She wasn't able to make it, so that's why there's a change in here. So I feel this morning we covered quite a lot of some of the issues that I was going to talk about this afternoon. So I won't be following the slides rigidly, and there'll be sort of time for discussion. So for those that don't know, the integrated care system, just to give some context, it consists of the Integrated Care Board, Integrated Care Partnerships, the Health and Care Partnerships, and the Collaborative. So there's 2 county councils within our area because we cover Hertfordshire and West Essex, and we have 13 districts or borough councils, 4 mental health and community providers, 3 acute providers, that's acute hospitals, 135 GP practices working across 35 primary care networks, and 295 community pharmacies. That's just to put into perspective the work we cover. As I mentioned earlier, there's additional responsibilities around dental and ophthalmology as well. I'll skip over the next slide because I've seen it twice already this morning, so we don't need that. So as an integrated care board, we work with all of the partners in the room, particularly with our health colleagues, to embed things across the health services, but also across social care. What we do is we take learning from domestic homicide reviews and we share that, and we share some of the recommendations. They might apply to an acute hospital, they might apply to a GP practice or one of the community providers. And we will work with those agencies to support them to achieve any actions that they have as we go along. We develop learning from any of the domestic homicides, and we'll start embedding that into future training, because we don't just cover Hertfordshire and we cover Essex. We share learning from Essex, but we also share some national learning as well that we may hear through our NHS colleagues around the country in other integrated care boards, and we'll bring relevant information back to Hertfordshire and share that as well. Our role is around supporting basically all of the systems around health. Particularly, we have named GPs for safeguarding, we have designate professionals, and we look at professional curiosity. So we'll encourage professionals to ask questions and to look at safeguarding, particularly domestic abuse, in a slightly different way. We've been involved in sort of mapping what existing training there might be already in Hertfordshire, and actually there's a lot of training across a range of agencies. We still don't have a clear map of what agencies are delivering what training, because there is so much. And I think to have that really well mapped would be really helpful. A number of us have done pieces of work, but we never fully get to exactly where, because there is so much training out there. We're also doing a lot more joint adult and child safeguarding training now, because as an integrated care board, our safeguarding teams are moving to an all-age approach of safeguarding. Some of the health trusts are doing that, but not all of them. But that's something that may develop in the future, and it's certainly something that NHS England are also doing. A domestic abuse toolkit was launched with general practitioners, which gives all the general practitioners across the county details of support services that they can access if somebody comes to them and discloses domestic abuse. Just to put into perspective, routinely over the last few months, some of the specific training that the ICB has facilitated across specifically around dementia or older adults So a PCN is a primary care network, and that would be a collection of GP surgeries together. So where you can see that there is a PCN or a group, it's usually more than one GP surgery. It might be 5 surgeries come together and share their training. So it would be to a number of professionals, and that would be GPs, social prescribers, nurses within those surgeries. So it's just to show that there's a range of different things that we would be supporting and working with across partnerships. We just analysed some of our IDVA referral data, so the referrals into the Hertfordshire Independent Domestic Violence Advisor. So we looked at Q2 of 23 and 24, and they received 530 referrals in that quarter, but only 20 of those were for people aged 65 or over. Out of those 20, 9 came from health. So I think health are identifying, but I think that there's still work to be done. Sometimes health referring to MARIC, so the MARIC figures, a health professional might have made referral into MARIC, and then it looks like the referrals come from MARIC, if that makes sense, to the IDVA team. So there's some crossover there. But there's hospitals and health, obviously people self-refer, but I just wanted to give some context around the numbers. Not many people are using that service of that age group. A number of the hospitals now have actually started to recruit their own independent domestic violence advisors. And this is based on work that's been done elsewhere in the country, where health are providing the independent domestic violence advisors. And there's been quite a significant increase in people using those services where health inequalities may have potentially made it difficult for them to access the routine services. So that's an area of work that's continuing to be looked at by professionals to see. Interestingly, we have 2 acute hospitals in Hertfordshire, and their IDVAs within those 2 acute hospitals are reaching completely different demographics. So actually we're analysing that data, sharing that with professionals and looking at trends. So that's an ongoing piece of work. Just to demonstrate where we do get assurance from. So we work with 111, we work with a number of smaller health providers, we work with sexual assault referral centres. There's still work to be done around domestic abuse alerts and information sharing across agencies. It's certainly better than it has been, but again, that's always an area that is ongoing and requires development. So we can put training on, but how well that's embedded takes time. So for example, one of the members earlier highlighted that he wasn't aware of domestic abuse training within the county council itself, and obviously there is training there, but I wonder if it's as accessible as we would think it would be. So I think potentially there's work there. We also have oversight of the domestic homicide review, which I've mentioned. I'll briefly just cover the next slide. It's just to say this is an ongoing area of work. Domestic abuse is a priority and will remain so within safeguarding. So the NHS England are launching a national data set which will incorporate some of the intelligence that we get from Hertfordshire. And it will support us with planning and commissioning services. That will take time to see what that will look like, but it's in progress. We're looking at some areas are trialling now routine inquiry around female genital mutilation, which is also part of our work. We're looking at care home networks and developing some of the training as well around them. And just to give some further context on our assurance framework, We're involved when any of the health services, serious incident investigations, they share with the Integrated Care Board. We sit on a number of the boards across Hertfordshire, such as the Violence Against Women and Girls group. I think one of our colleagues chairs that. Well, we're part of Section 11 assurance. So Section 11 and adult assurance visits is where we have meetings with our health providers where they specifically tell us how many staff have done domestic abuse training, how many referrals have been made, etc. So that's some more operational detail of what's going on. And really, I'm just happy to answer any questions because I think so much was covered this morning. So I'm happy to take any questions from any of you.
Thank you very much. I'll start off with Councillor Watkin.
Thank you very much. Mark Watkin. Anyway, right, just to back, I think I've become three things that have been for me. I mean, there's lots, but one was you say the main source of references appears to MARAC. Now, MARAC, as I understand, is a multi-agency referral. To get the full
Multi-agency risk assessment conference.
So getting to it is that how does MARAC get its data? Because the others seem to be, if you like, discrete areas. There are doctors, whatever, the list. But MARAC seems to be a kind of, isn't MARAC really a second level? Some data feeding into MARAC from those sources? That's my first question. Second, I picked up on the fact you said there seems to be also a training material. But I just, maybe I misunderstood it, but I get a sense that it almost would be better if it was sort of brought together in a way so that there was some common sort of area of information that people refer to, so it's discreetly different in different places. I don't know if that's achievable. And the third one was you refer to the data set. I'm a great believer if you get good data, you get better decision making, you get quicker and more effectively. So I guess I just wanted to know what your thoughts were about when that data set would come into play.
Yeah.
And how do you think it might impact on what we're discussing today if that data set was operating to the level you'd like to see?
Okay.
Those are my three questions.
So I'll start with the first question about the MARAC data. So the MARAC data is something that's shared across the network. So it's not a specific, it's not held by health as such. So MARAC obtain their data from all of the referrals that they receive, and then they're
Usually it's a feeder into
potentially. So when we're looking at referrals for older people, the majority of referrals appear to come from MARAC, but the point was that they're referred into MARAC from somewhere.
exactly.
But MARAC will give data about where they've received referrals from. So the point being that actually it's not as clear. Data collection can be quite timely and time consuming, and we don't always have 100% accurate details. So and that's not so we don't have accurate data. I think that's come out wrong. But if a victim was to go and see a GP, and then the GP may contact a helpline, and the helpline might say, refer them to an IDVA, then it might go to MARAC. So it's just making sure that
Generations old.
yeah. So it's just kind of, and there are a range of professionals across that do collate that data and bring it together to get more accuracy on it. But it was to just sort of point out that some health could be mixed within that MARAC data as well. So we know that 9 of referrals out of 20 came from health. There's a possibility that there's more as well. So I think that was to point that out. So that was your first question. In regards to the training, I think that there is standard training that covers, so all domestic abuse training that I'm aware of. I've been in domestic abuse training for many years across different agencies, and certainly there is core content, but within the domestic abuse services would be expected and would be included. Training does need to be adapted for services, because the training that we would give to a district nurse may be different from the training we'd give to a police officer. So we have to adapt training depending on, does someone work in an acute hospital setting? Do they work in a pharmacy? Are they lone workers? So there is a standard of training that across the partnership is extremely good. I think it's ensuring.
For the future.
Yes.
It's not really relevant too much today, but what it is. But do you see the data set as being a door to opening up a whole lot of extra and better information, faster information for those programs?
We are anticipating, so the data set, NHS England use the data set for other areas of work, and we are regularly, as you can imagine, across all of our agency, asked for data and statistics. And actually, if we had a easy place that we could all feed into and obtain that would be really fantastic. So that at the moment is covering, it's moving into prevent, which some of the work around terrorism, that is moving into FGM and domestic abuse. How it will look will develop over time, but certainly some of the national data sets are very beneficial. So it's something that we are working with colleagues, and we'll see how that develops in time. Data will be as good as the information we feed into it. Yeah.
Gyro.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, garbage in rubbish out because those who don't know what gyro is. Yeah, but sorry, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Markle. Any other members want to ask a question? Yes, start off.
What's about data collection problem, the accuracy that concerned me, how it was kind of really as good as it should be, and the accuracy isn't everything you would want it to be. So going forward, what's your three most important things to take that further?
So I think it's something that all of the agencies, I think, recognise that getting the accurate data, and that's not a particular agency, it's not particular county, it's not even particular domestic abuse, it's statistics in general can be difficult because we are pulling data from a range of sources. So, for example, around domestic abuse, there'll be some data from each NHS trust. There'll be some data from police. There'll be some data from the IDVA service. The skill is the collation of that data and making sure that so every agency has data, and each agency individually, I'm sure, has assurance around the information they have. But when we're looking at it from a more strategic point of view and pulling all of that data together, we have to be confident that we're not double counting, for example. So if someone has touched a number of services, they may be identified across a mental health trust, a community health trust, a hospital trust as 3 flags for domestic abuse. And actually, it's just when we're analysing that data, stepping back and just checking it's the one patient. Does that make sense? So it does get analysed, and so I think the information is accurate, but it requires careful analysis.
Absolutely. There's gaps in who refers. Like I said earlier about some GPs. So carry license for this and others don't. What's your thoughts on compulsory training for people in public life, such as ourselves, health sector? And then take you back to the data collection problem on training, and that is fed straight into one system. So whatever the GP refers, someone else refers, the pharmacist refers, a person refers. Where are they where would be the ideal referral system? So I see at the moment a bit spread, a bit scattered.
Yeah.
So if I could just say, report everything to, I'm not suggesting this for 1 minute, to the police, that everything went through the police, everything that happens.
Yes.
And then of course for increasing staff. But for instance, that, where do most people go when something happens initially? So where is it, would there be an ideal island for it all to be fed to, and then it's then distributed and managed from there?
I think that is a much larger issue in the sense that, just to put into perspective, one victim, so if we look at, for example, helpline, one victim, the helpline has 250 separate places that they might send that victim. They might send them to an agency identifying fostering for their dog. They might send them to a health professional. They might send them to an infant. So because the care is so individualised around the victim, not every victim is suitable for an independent domestic violence advisor. For example, if they don't have mental capacity, the police are not involved, and that might be at victims' request. So police won't have all of the data, and so that's not appropriate. Not every person would be under a mental health service. So I think it's recognised there is no one right path for a victim or perpetrator of domestic abuse. It has to be individualised based on their needs, and everybody's needs are different. So as a partnership, I think we work well together. I know Katie's team do a lot more around the data collection, again, across all the agencies, not just health. But yes, it's certainly an area that requires a lot of work.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is something the Hertfordshire Domestic Abuse and Law Partnership are currently working on. I know it was also one of the recommendations from the Women's Safety Scrutiny in September to sort of develop a one front door for any domestic abuse referral, whether that be a self-referral from a victim or survivor or from a professional. So that's also being recorded and reviewed through the action plan around the joint strategic needs assessment for domestic abuse and older people. So those assurances are being provided to that board as well. But yeah, we're starting to develop that process now. My colleague Jasmine, actually in the room here, has been recruited to do that specifically. So I'm sure everybody here will be hearing a lot more from her and the partnership over certainly the next 6-7 months. So yeah, it's coming.
Grand. And no other members want to ask any questions. So I've got a couple of very simple questions to ask, just as a matter of clarification. You mentioned a few times that dentistry, ophthalmology and pharmacists have moved from an NHS England environment to now the ICBs. With regards to this scrutiny, particularly around dementia, what does that actually mean? What are the implications of that move from that large national organisation to our specific ICB?
That's not a simple question. Well, it's a simple question. It's not a simple answer. I think it's just to the assurance around the work that takes place for those organisations will sit within Hertfordshire. So I think that's the simplest answer.
So from that, what I'm trying to understand, what you're trying to say is, we don't know much, we know what they provide, but now we have to make sure that what they provide meets the ICBs, and whatever training you get with regards to safeguarding domestic, they have to then undertake that. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
And I think Keith wants to add something there.
From my point of view, I think it will help localise that a lot more. So we don't have NHS England sitting on safeguarding board, but we have the ICB. So if there's issues that are coming up with our local dentistry, ophthalmology, GPs, we've got a direct link in there to address that. When we're having to go to NHS England, it's a lot more difficult. So I think that will help us locally in Hertfordshire addressing the issues.
Grant, I've been worried about asking this question because I thought that was pretty simple. Look, we're coming to the end of your session here, but what I'm trying to envisage, looking how it is, we've got all these healthcare services. You've got your GP, you've got your hospital, you've got your other healthcare providers, and people present to those. The first thing is we've got to make sure our staff are trained to identify that. So that's the first sort of, would say like barrier, but that's the first line. Of course, they then identify it, they've identified it, they've reported it. And what I'm trying to then understand is what then? And is that where, and I'm just preempting it, does that come to the next part of our presentation?
Yeah, partly does come to the next part. There are a range of services across the county, and as I was alluding to, that's quite individualised depending on the person. But in an ideal world, they would be able to access where it suits them, whether that be a GP surgery or pharmacy. There'd be lots of general open conversations about domestic abuse. I think the more we talk about domestic abuse, the more the public become aware, the more knowledge there is routinely. So people feeling safe to access services, adequate training, and then, yes, the resources to send people to. Again, there's a lot of resources in Hertfordshire. It's just, you know, there could always be more, but there's plenty. But it's I think Katie will probably give much more detail around that in her presentation this afternoon.
That's great. And I think, speaking to one of our members before, it's understanding what everything is available, because one of the things is that residents don't know, even though we say we have got all that information. And if I could just ask one more question. I understand, and I think this is, and it's been explained, that you don't want to have a universality about everything. But I want to specifically talk about training. Now, you're saying that you have a guideline of what they have to look for, but it is up to the different agencies, and I'm talking particularly within the ICB, how the GPs decide to present, how, for example, ambulance service want to have to present, and all this. Does anyone look to make sure that it may be individually provided how they do it, but it meets our core guidance of what we're looking at? And you mentioned very briefly that there is a lot of training, but there's no registration of that training. I don't know if I misunderstood that, or it's not registered how they're given it. And do you think that needs to be looked at going forward?
So within health services, as part of our scrutiny, sort of section 11 and adult assurance, we do ask to see copies of the training that each trust provides. In terms of GP surgeries, for example, they will often have us as the ICB go and deliver training. So we will be delivering it with great expertise, or we will, with safeguarding adults boards, for example, maybe putting on training, and we would be encouraging services to access that. So what was the other part of your question?
Sure. Yeah. So what I want to know is like the assurance of that training. So when you said like, yeah, we don't know what, we know what they're supposed to provide, we ask them to see it, we don't keep a register it, but how? That is common. Okay, thanks. Yeah. But the assurance part of it is to make, okay, but it doesn't meet the requirements. Now, I know that's in the background that at this moment in time, unlike the children's service where there's statutory requirements, adults is not so much.
So I can perhaps answer some of that. So each agency will have to have accredited training. So they can't put on training. It has to be accredited and it has to be agreed. So that's the training that is provided to all of their staff. The board will also put on training. So we do a lot of multi-agency training. So it's not specifically to health or to adult care. It will be across the board. And we do training, a lot of training, and we'll speak about the training that we are going to put on in relation to domestic abuse of older people. The board also, we carry out self-assessments every year on all partner agencies that are board members. So statutory and non-statutory have to complete a self-assessment, and then we go out and interview either the chief exec or the exec of the council in relation to their self-assessment. Domestic abuse and their training and how compliant they are is a part of that self-assessment. So with the ICB, they do their section 11s, and then as an ICB, they report back to the board on compliance with their self-assessment, and domestic abuse is one of them. We will then go and sit with the adult care, we'll sit with the police, we'll sit with public health to say, what domestic abuse training do you do and how compliant are you? So that's our responsibility, that we do that as well.
Great, thank you very much. Just looking around, any more questions? Anyone want to make any points before we move on? Brilliant. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. So we now move on, I believe, to Katie Fulton. Thank you.
So I mentioned earlier when I introduced myself, there's no presentation. I'll just be talking through some key points. I wanted to see what else was covered over the course of today and be flexible. So I mentioned earlier that our team, the Strategic Partnerships team, is based in adult care services. Whilst that's where we're based, we work across all directorates, and we kind of exist to coordinate the governance around the local Hertfordshire domestic abuse strategy. So what I thought I'd do today is just give a bit of context about that strategy, the governance of that strategy, and some of the priorities over the coming years, just to give context to all of the other work that's happening here in that older person space. So we've had a few strategies over the years. Our most recent came out in 2022 and is covering the period 2022-2025. Those priorities that we've had in our strategies over the years have, always been quite similar. They're centred around that service provision for victims, interventions for perpetrators, and then partnership working to make that happen. So our most recent strategy, the one launched in 2022, was released following the very welcome introduction of the Domestic Abuse Act, which had come the year before in 2021. So that Act set out in statute that Tier 1 local authorities like Hertfordshire County Councils have to convene a multi-agency domestic abuse partnership board and have a strategy for the provision of support that they want to provide. So we are required to provide support, but by law, we're only required as a county council to provide support in safe accommodation. So that's actually the only funding we receive through central government for provision. We know that most victims of domestic abuse will require support in the community. I don't have the most recent data, but generally we estimate around 70% of victims will need support in the community. And that's particularly important if we want to create a culture in society where victims don't have to be the ones to leave their homes, their support networks and their communities. So our strategy in Hertfordshire goes further than is required by the Domestic Abuse Act, and the vision statement is that Hertfordshire will be a safe place for individuals and families where abuse isn't tolerated, and where it does happen, those experiencing or causing harm have access to the support they need, or to be free from or stop using abusive behaviour and recover from the impact of abuse. And I think that's important to focus on as well. I think often we talk a lot about stopping people, from being abused, but actually the impact of domestic abuse is massive and has a lifelong impact on people. So in our domestic abuse strategy, I mentioned very briefly earlier that it's got sort of 4 key priorities, and they're on a continuum of prevention. So at the primary prevention level, we have a priority around preventing harm from ever being perpetrated in the first place. And that's where we look at things like healthy relationship training, really instilling values and that understanding of what abuse is, and, stopping abuse from happening in the first place. We then have that secondary layer of prevention, which is about reducing the impact where that abuse has already occurred. So there are 2 priorities in relation to this. One is identifying and stopping those causing harm, and that's where our sort of criminal justice measures come in, identification of people causing abuse and those being harmed. And then the third priority is increasing safety for victims of domestic abuse. That's where we look at our service offers, specialist support through IDVA service, through support and safe accommodation, and various other support services that exist across the county. Now, that third layer of prevention is that one that I mentioned often gets missed, that reducing the impact where it's occurred, that behaviour, that abuse, and has that lasting effect. And that, I think, is a real priority for the partnership at the moment, is providing that support after the harm has occurred. Because victims may have lost all of their money, they may have lost their home, their mental health will almost certainly be damaged by this. And that obviously has a huge personal impact, but also societally has a massive impact too. So a range of partners work together to deliver against these priorities, and there's a big work plan that sits behind them. So that includes various departments within Hertfordshire County Council, the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, Hertfordshire Constabulary, specialist domestic abuse providers like the IDVA Service and Safe Accommodation Service, various health trusts, many of whom are here today, and of course our district and borough councils as well, because that is the other thing that we have to consider is we are a county council covering the whole county, but with 10 districts and boroughs and slightly different populations and geography, there's so much to consider there. So because there's so many partners and it's a really ambitious strategy, obviously we do need a governance structure just to make sure that we're focusing on the right things and carving all of that up. So at the top of our governance structure, we have an executive board, which is chaired by the Executive Director for Children's Services here at Hertfordshire County Council and vice chaired by the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. So they sort of set the vision and the strategic objectives and have ultimate accountability for that strategy. So that strategy is not happening. That is what that board is looking at. We then have a partnership board, which is actually chaired by Doug Black, who sat across from me here, and again, vice chaired by the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and they translate those objectives into operations. So they look at how can we deliver those objectives. And then we have a number of subgroups that sit underneath the partnership board who do the legwork effectively. We have a quality, innovation and commissioning subgroup. They look at how good is what we've got in terms of service provision and training provision, and what else do we need? How do we need to commission it, or is there other stuff we can do? There's then a risk management subgroup chaired by Hertfordshire Constabulary, looking at interventions of perpetrators. So that includes things from, criminal justice interventions to behaviour change.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. I just want to press for time and all that. Would you mind going forward towards specifically what we're discussing today? So just an example, I understand, the safe accommodation that you mentioned, but how is that unique to the elderly with dementia? Because that must provide much more unique issues versus a different type of abuse. Equally with the three priorities you have with likes of prevention and safety, those are for specifically domestic abuse as a whole. But what we're discussing is the specifics of the elderly with dementia and how that provides you with challenges and what you're doing with regards to that. Sorry about the interruption.
Yeah, no, and I completely appreciate it. I do, however, think it's important to understand that there's a massive partnership working to do this, and that a lot of the questions coming from today around, what are you doing about X actually relate to that whole partnership, and that's where that work is being governed. But I'm just coming on to the services, and I would also like to mention that we have a co-production panel of Hertfordshire survivors who help us to design our services, and what we are looking to do is make sure that that is representative of the Hertfordshire population, so making sure that does include older victims, so that when we are designing services, that's taken into consideration. So in terms of commission services, the County Council commission three county-wide contracts now, actually. I'm underselling myself here. And there are 64 units of safe accommodation across the county. So when I say safe accommodation, people tend to think, oh, that's refuge, but actually it's slightly more than that. So in terms of accessibility, obviously we know this is particularly important for this group. So we have a range of different types of safe accommodation, accessible, sort of dispersed, individual units within the community set up so that people can get into them easily. But we also have a flexible fund which can be used by any victim of domestic abuse to make their own house safe or to access safe accommodation. So if for whatever reason a refuge spot isn't right for them, or they need alternative accommodation but not in the sort of existing offer, then that funding can be used to help to secure that location. That fund is sort of national best practice, and it's the idea of it basically is to reduce some of the red tape around accessing accommodation that's safe. We also have a housing navigator service which will work between victims and housing authorities to make sure victims get into safe accommodation, which again, for this particular group, we know can be really challenging, particularly victims not wanting to leave their home or not knowing what their options are for leaving home. So that is really helpful for local housing authorities and district and borough councils in terms of having that specialism within the district or the borough. I know domestic homicide reviews have been mentioned briefly today. And this is also something that my team coordinate on behalf of the partnership. So again, just for context, and again, they are statutory reviews that have to be conducted when someone has or appears to have died as a result of domestic abuse. While statutory, we don't get any funding to conduct them. So it's reliant on the goodwill of districts and boroughs who contribute towards chairing. And I'll come on a bit later to sort of some of the themes we're seeing around older people in those reviews. So then in terms of other support that we commission, and again, I think this is important because the other support I'm talking about today is not statutory. No agency is required to provide this. And I think that's important, particularly in the economic climate that we're in, to highlight that. So we commission the IDVA service, which last year we looked at the data for how many older victims they supported in that time, and it was 130 aged over 61 in the 2022-23 financial year. And as I mentioned in the chat for this meeting earlier, there was some conversation earlier about referrals to IDVA. And whether that can happen if someone's not got the capacity or doesn't consent to that. And that is something that we are looking at as a partnership, because there are lots of groups that do face additional barriers to support or might feel like conventional support isn't for them. So this is definitely one of those groups. And then we have more community-based support for again, trying to get to these groups who face those additional barriers, like younger people, people who have a disability, male victims. You know, they also face incredible barriers because of additional layers of shame and stigma. Those with mental health needs, rough sleepers, asylum seekers, like it's a really, really long list. And I think, again, important to highlight in this context, this is one group that we know need a lot of support, but there are a lot of others that we're looking at as well. So as we're moving forward, when we're designing services, we're trying to do more and more to bring in specialism, but also make sure that we've got enough overall workers to provide the support to the population that we know we need. So what we have just issued to community organisations, because we've talked a lot today about community and the importance of that, is a grassroots grant project for organisations who are working with those underrepresented groups that I mentioned, like older people. So organisations like Age UK, Carers in Heart, we're seeking applications from them to say, right, we've got some funding for you to start to develop your domestic abuse offer and to train your staff. You know, come and apply for that, and then we are going to provide training to those organisations that are successful in their applications, so that we can start to sort of build it from the ground up. Because whilst we know an awful lot about domestic abuse, and there's a lot of research and best practice around how to work with groups such as older people, it kind of needs to come from the community, from organisations that are specialists in working with those groups, and we'll sort of do it the other way around, provide that domestic abuse specialism. So in terms of commissioning ambitions, because again, this is important in terms of making sure we have support available for these groups. So we are planning as a domestic abuse partnership to develop one-stop shops. I think someone actually said one-stop shops in here without even being prompted. So that's excellent. So these will sort of be double district locations where victims of domestic abuse and survivors can get support for housing, mental health, their financial needs and legal advice. These are all things that Hertfordshire victims and survivors, through consultation with them, have said, we need this and we're not getting it. And they said the pathways, because there are so many services in Hertfordshire, are really, really confusing. So behind that one-stop shop offer, there will be a one front door. That doesn't mean all the existing pathways are going to disappear. It just means that if someone's not sure, there's going to be as straightforward a way as possible to get into support. And we're hoping that by having these community locations, because a lot of what victims fear is approaching statutory agencies, you know, fear of being blamed or not believed, particularly in the context at the moment with what we're hearing about violence against women and girls in the news with the Metropolitan Police. So, you know, there's a lot happening. So the community offer is really, really key. So that one front door and a sort of community-based offer is where the partnership is looking to go in terms of support and making it as straightforward as possible and as accessible as possible for all these different groups that face those additional barriers to getting support. Then in terms of training and awareness raising, this is another key element of the strategy. I was having a good conversation with Councillor Watkin here about community awareness, and, you know, each member of the public almost has a role to play in this. There is so much stigma in society around all forms of violence against women and girls, including domestic abuse. And it's so deeply rooted in our society. It's how we're raised. We're raised to think different things about different genders, and that's where these things come from. It's sort of not individual fault when you look at it that way. And most victims will talk to their family or friends about what's happening. They might not label it as abuse, but they'll know something's up and that it's not right and that they need help. So we have a dedicated comms working group within the Hertfordshire Domestic Abuse and Law Partnership, which is formed by the different comms leads across the different organisations in that partnership, looking at, right, what are our priorities? What do we need to tell the public? What do we need to upskill the public in? And it's generally things like, what is domestic abuse? You know, what would you say to a loved one if they did say something to you? What support is available? So again, over the next sort of 12 months, there's going to be a rolling comms campaign developed within the partnership to start tackling some of those and upskill the public and make sure that they know where to go if they need support or to identify abuse. And some of that will be very specialised to specific groups, because again, we know that the way we communicate can't be universal, because there are going to be different needs for different groups depending on, you know, their background, their intersecting needs, what they make of statutory agencies based on, you know, years of history. So it's a lot of work is happening within that partnership. I know that I could talk all day, which I won't, because I know I'll get chucked out, but there's an awful lot of work happening. And our domestic homicide reviews have been a really, you know, they're tragic reviews. We would never want these to happen, but a really good source of learning, which I think has shown that we need a training offer, that there is that core bit in the middle that is kind of relevant to everybody, which is something that the partnership is looking at, but also something that covers each individual agency's needs. So again, that is something that the partnership is developing, and there is a task and finish group under our Violence Against Women and Girls subgroup, which is chaired by the ICD, by Sheila Coe. So again, within the next year, we're looking for a massive online hub of resources for any professional, for the public. You know, we'll keep rolling things out, and we work with public health to evaluate everything that we do, particularly around equity of access, because it's not just about what we do, but it is actually having the desired impact. But I will stop there and happy to take any questions.
I think so, Alan.
I just wondered when the one-stop shop was expected to deliver.
I'm hoping early 2025 at the earliest. We're already piloting a one front door with our community outreach service, which supports victims assessed at standard and medium risk. So that's the sort of more community-based offer, and trying to prevent that escalation of risk into the high level. But the multi-agency workshops to start developing that offer will be this spring into the summer, and then it's about how we procure that. A lot of it will be about bringing what we've already got together into place rather than commissioning new things. So I think we'll start to see things coming together in early 2025.
That's about it.
Thank you. Amazing work is being done by many people. So we've got violence against women and girls, and I've got this on front. Subgroup. Well, how does that subgroup deal with dementia and such, and violence against women or men? How does that subgroup deal with that specific? You've covered everything, which is wow, and it's there. But now we're getting down to, which is a sign of great success, when you get down to Pacific. And so we've got the specifics here of domestic abuse and people with dementia. How are we dealing with that specifically?
Yeah, so each subgroup in the structure, so the strategy as a whole, I should also mention, is underpinned by an qualities impact assessment. So that looks at each of the groups in a lot of detail about the barriers they face in terms of getting support. So that group has done a lot of scoping work about the Hertfordshire population, the different needs, including older people, to try and understand that. And essentially what they do is use that information, what we know about the needs for each of those groups, including older people and dementia, and each intervention that will come out of any of our subgroups will be tailored according to each of the groups that they'll be focusing at, if that makes sense. Because as I mentioned, this is one group of many that face incredible difficulties getting the support that they need. And particularly when we look more broadly at other forms of violence against women and girls, there's a lot more we need to know about that in terms of older people, because some of it just doesn't get reported. So part of what that group will do is scope that need and understand what it looks like. But any services and interventions, there'll be the sort of general offer, but then there'll be great consideration about, right, is that going to work for that group? If not, what can we do instead? But that group is in its infancy. They're working tremendously quickly, I must say, as well, to not do them a disservice.
Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 2 questions here, and since she mentioned the issues in implementation, I think Katie's probably the best person to deal with them. But if any other people around the table are, then it would be appropriate for you to contribute. The first one, just what you mentioned, Katie, about accommodation, and it had been said, I think, this morning, that for people in this group, then a refuge isn't always the answer. So, Katie, does your team have contacts with ACS for if a victim or perpetrator needs a care home place at short notice?
Yes, it's not my team specifically. We commission that service. It's provided by specialists, and some of them, I should also mention, are trained older people's violence advocates. So they have a really good understanding of this specific cohort. It's a really beneficial added bit of expertise within that service. So absolutely, what safe accommodation looks like for different groups is always going to be different. Can't say that really any more eloquently. So, you know, for an older person, that might well be a care place, or even a period of respite to work out, you know, what does safe accommodation look like for the victim in the longer term. So yes, there's always the Safer Places who provide that service, work in partnership with any and all agencies necessary, and they subcontract some parts of their service to other specialist organisations like Drug Link, where substance misuse is one of the victims' intersecting needs, again taking into account that different groups are going to have very different needs. So yeah, they're well versed and a really key part of the partnership. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does answer the first question. And the second one, what you were talking about, the scenario where a victim could have lost all their money. And I have heard anecdotal evidence of financial lasting powers of attorney being abused. So, Katie, does your team, or do the teams of any of the people around this table, have any sort of work with lawyers and the courts and other appropriate agencies that if financial powers of attorney are being abused?
Yes. So part of So economic abuse is a massive issue. I'll just start by saying that, not just for this group, but for most, well, not most, but a significant number of victims will experience economic abuse as part of the abuse being perpetrated against them. And that can look like different things. It can be, coerced debt. It can be loans being taken out in a victim's name. It can be stopping a victim from accessing things like clothing and food. So what economic abuse looks like can be very different. We know it's a massive support need. Our flexible funding offer does help to deal with things like rent arrears. So if a victim can't flee to safe accommodation because they've got significant rent arrears due to the abuse that they've experienced, then flexible funding can be used to clear those rent arrears so that they can access safe accommodation. And it can also be used to help victims access things like white goods. I don't know if anybody saw the news recently about safe accommodation in other areas, not Hertfordshire, not necessarily always being equipped with, the essentials that victims need, which, again, adds to their trauma. But that said, the economic abuse offer needs to be much more developed. So the one-stop shop provision is something that we are hoping is going to fill that. We work very closely with the Domestic Abuse Alliance, who provide legal support to victims of domestic abuse and try and provide as much legal aid as possible. Again, legal aid, a massive challenge in the sector, trying to get victims legal aid, a national problem, not just within Hertfordshire, of course. So yes, we do some stuff but not enough. That would be the short answer.
Thank you. I'd like to drill down a bit further as to what your agency or any of the other agencies can do if it's suspected that someone with a financial power of attorney is abusing that to steal the person's money.
So obviously, we talked a bit about loss of power of attorney before, and of course, with finances, you don't have the lack capacity for that to be enacted. So if you enter into loss of power of attorney, it's active straight away, unless you specifically said you only want it to come into place. So people have to be aware of that. So you are giving people power. You can still access it yourself whilst you've got capacity. But assuming we're talking about someone who's lacked capacity and the person's acting on their behalf. So that person then has lost capacity. So that if there was a concern about financial abuse, that would come under adult safeguarding, whether within local authority or HPFT. Now, obviously, the person has chosen that person to manage their money on their behalf. So they've given them a lot of power and they've chosen to do that when they had capacity. So we do need to take that into account, because often we get other people saying, as I said earlier, maybe another family member saying, oh, they're misappropriating. That person has chosen them to act when they lack capacity, but they still need to act in the person's best interests. So when you're acting as lasting power of attorney, you have power to do what you like, but it needs to be in the person's best interest. So through the safeguarding process, if we are worried about that, or the OPG we engage and they will pick up and investigate. So the Office of Public Guardian, so they can revoke someone's lasting power of attorney. So they will pick up cases. But also it can be very complex, as you might imagine, some of these financial situations. And our teams do have good access to our own legal advice. So on some of these cases, we get our legal teams involved in the safeguarding inquiry, and we'll involve the person as much as they can in that. But it is complicated when the person who is set up to advocate on their behalf, their lasting power of attorney, is the one the concern's about. But we can involve the OPG, the Office of Public Guardian, and our solicitors about what we need to do. And we have got plenty of cases that have ended up in court as well, and people's lasting power of attorney has been revoked, and then someone else needs to sort of step in and act on someone's behalf because clearly they need their money being managed. But so for somebody who lacks capacity, it would come under an adult safeguarding inquiry.
That's all. Again, to return to the theme of communication, and awareness in the community, and wearing a different hat, I'm responsible for the customer service council, for example. So I was thinking as you were talking about how can we get the messages out. One of those people who interact regularly with residents, and residents don't necessarily know what facilities are free on the council, aren't you? So my first question is there sort of training material going out to the districts to make sure that they're fully appraised? And I'm assuming that the people at the libraries have all got the information available. That's the first one. But the second one really is about engaging with people. I'll go back to that. And Stella mentioned about the various faith communities in different cultures and different languages. How much are we addressing the fact that what I say often, Waffles, for example, is a rich environment with 60 different languages working in one school, I know. So how are we addressing the fact that we have different cultures, different languages, and different understanding? We might think is abuse as compared to what they might think is a different behaviour. I don't want to start getting into prejudicial statements here, but I think that's not. So that's sort of from the back to you.
Yeah, of course you can. So in terms of resources and languages, we have a vast array. I think there's a whole store cupboard over in Stevenage of resources in different styles, languages. We have lip balms with little barcodes on with the helpline numbers disguised. So all of the agencies here have access to those, and we also, anybody that take them, we deliver them to. And the more community-based organisations, they have J9 packs. So when they become a J9 organisation, so say your hairdresser decides to do that, they get a whole pack of resources, and again, different styles and different methods of communication within that. In terms of, I'll just take the point around language again. people who don't speak English as their first language. That's another one of those barriers. And when we have safeguarding adults reviews and domestic homicide reviews, we have to consider, and rightly so, equality and diversity as a section on its own. And what you start to see is all these different needs intersecting, and the more intersecting needs you have, the more and more challenging it becomes to try and think, right, how can we support these people? So again, that's where we have our specific comms working group to start developing that and understanding what that need is, and we evaluate our strategy every year by consulting with the public and trying to target the groups that we know are less likely to get support, so that we can understand whether what we're doing is working or whether we need to try something else. And again, through our sort of grassroots offer, we're hoping to develop that more. So again, still some work to be done, but we've got a whole sort of package of stuff already, which is fantastic. But that doesn't mean we've not still got stuff to do.
And are we actually engaging with the community? One thing to produce material in the land of the world, actually the needy community. To get the message out through them and understand what they're.
Yeah, so I'll speak specifically about two of HCC's commission services. So our community outreach service, essentially it's outreach, and we've procured that it operates on a double district basis, because that's how MARAC operates in Hertfordshire. So we've got that sort of step up and step down of support depending on what level of risk someone is experiencing. But in that contract, they are required to reach out to specific communities in their double district area, particularly if we know for one particular area, I'll use Stevenage as a good example. So the football club there is incredibly popular with men. So there's a lot of outreach work there with the football club to try and engage men and sort of reduce the stigma and have those conversations about abuse. So yes, I absolutely agree. Outreach is so important because you can have it there, but if people don't know it's there or don't want to access it, then that's something else. So yeah, we're going to keep expanding that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We heard earlier, and I heard again from yourself, about a barber's programme. We heard earlier about a barber's programme where people can speak to their barber about the problem. This is the first, we all talked to our hairdressers, and this is the first time I'd heard this. You mentioned about hairdressers being involved in this. How do hairdressers get notified about this? How do they sign up to this programme? And is there something that when you go into a hairdresser, you can see your hairdresser is part of this scheme? And also, how do we as councillors spread this amongst our hairdressers? It seems fantastic.
Yeah, it's good, right? So we have sort of regular drives to try and recruit what we call community J9 champions. Some of that involves just getting our existing champions out on the high street, going into places and talking to people. We advertise it regularly through our providers and get them to push it out into their local communities as well. Again, because they've sort of got those links there already for other reasons. And if an organisation is J9 accredited, they get a sticker, a J9 sticker to put in their window to display that they are, trained and able to have that conversation and are a safe place to have that. So we're always looking to expand that. We're going to be having a big drive later this year to try and recruit more people. So yeah, watch this space.
Thank you. Could I open, Keith, you wanted to come in there?
Yes, I wasn't on that, but it was just on an earlier point that National brought up around the availability of refuge for older people, and whilst and whether going into a care home is that made available. So obviously domestic abuse services do link in with adult care services, but just to sort of highlight some of the complexity here. So if someone does flee domestic abuse and go in a care home, once someone's in a care home, sometimes very difficult for them to leave. They get settled in there, they get disempowered and that, and there's always risks about them moving out. And when you think about it, when you talk about victim blaming, that person's a victim of domestic abuse, but they've left their home and they never go back. Person who's caused the harm still in that home. And so we're having discussions around that with the services, domestic abuse services. Is there something different which is a specialist refuge, so it's seen as temporary, with the idea that they will return home afterwards, rather than now that's their home for life, which is a camp which they never wanted to be in. They've only gone there because they've become a victim. So, it's complex. but the need is there at the time. They need to go something. They need extra care than maybe the mainstream refugees can provide. So it's just these are some of the challenges we have.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, domestic abuse, as you mentioned, it's like a huge area. Obviously, our bit sits, don't know where it sits in terms of size, but it sits in that more complex area. We've got a couple of minutes. I'd like to, if it's okay, just give you a scenario for us to better understand something. Let's take an example that there is a couple and there is the wife has got pretty advanced dementia to the extent that she really can't do much for herself. Maybe carers 3 times a week, but the partner does most of the activity. And through the various agencies, it's found that he is using the partner. With regards to then getting the patient with dementia out of that risky environment, you could take them out and put them in what you say, so a specialist refuge if there's such things there. But then, do they have the support? If this happened tomorrow, do we have the support in place for them to have that sort of almost 24/7 caring? Versus actually, maybe they should stay in their house and the perpetrator, the partner, is removed from that, and does that then bring in sort of policing and other statutory? Admittedly, it's a very hard question to ask, but what I'm trying to ascertain is, if this was to happen tomorrow and this was the scenario, what are we going to do about it as the local authority that is in charge of disposing this?
Well, in that example you give, I think we absolutely would be contacting the police because there's a crime being committed there. Now, it would depend to some extent on the knowledge we have of the person's needs. So some people, we know quite a lot about them. We've had assessments on them. They might be linked to a respite unit, so they're actually well set. They know their place, and actually to go there temporarily would be okay. They know it. Because arranging care quickly, we haven't got loads of carers waiting for work. They're all doing the work, but we can. There is, 24-hour living care. Agencies do that, and it can be stepped up very quickly. So the scenario, preferably to me, is the perpetrator would be removed and care would be going in. Often, wider family steps in a very short term. Children, sons, daughters will step in and help. And one of the examples was given there. The person did go to a daughter, I think, that the police gave. But there is, when it comes down to places are found. If someone's in an emergency situation, that places are found to, on the very rare occasions, but it sometimes does happen. People do end up in hospital. An ambulance might be called and they're taken. It's not the appropriate place for people to end up in hospital because their care arrangements have broken down. But it has been known. But obviously, it's the last place someone should be. So we would be looking at the police, to do that. Now, in the scenario you gave, the person themselves not necessarily got care and support needs, but what the police would have a difficulty with where would the person be bailed to? If they arrest them and that, they need them someone to go, and that's their home, and that's the difficulty you've got. So there's lots of complexity, but I think sometimes what happens is perpetrator hasn't got anywhere else to go. They've got no one coming forward to offer them a bail address, so they're looking for them to go home, and then again the victim gets moved, which isn't ideal. But I don't know if you want to come in from a police point of view.
And just to add to Keith's point, it really has to be a partnership between safeguarding and domestic abuse specialists, which we do have in place. And there's so many other factors to consider other than the care and support needs as well. It depends on the victim and perpetrator's housing status. Do they own that property? Are they jointly on the mortgage? Is it a rented property? Is it a socially rented property or a privately rented property? There's so much, but that's why it has to be a partnership and why we have those co-locations in organisations like housing to try and support with that. So I think all the specialism is there and it's more about how they work together. And yeah, that's obviously something we're always looking at to make sure it is working. And I think there is definitely something around specialist advocacy for this group, as with many other groups.
Thank you. And really quick question. And in the scenario that we presented, would there be one caseworker dedicated to getting some sort of resolution in one way, or is it a team that would come together over a short period of time to try and resolve it?
It is, sorry, that's fine. It's probably a team, because the safeguarding team my teams will be focusing on the safeguarding element, but they might be linking one of, like Janet was here earlier, their teams, because they've got the commissioning side of it, they need to do that, but then there'd be up, especially, it'd be multi-agency. In a scenario like this, absolutely be multi-agency.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katie, for that. I think we'll be hearing a lot more from you and your team in the next few years. I'm pretty sure about that, and I'm sure Councillor Nash will be keeping a close eye on that. Thank you very much. Now we move back to Liz, I think, Mary, to talk about the joint strategic needs assessment and future working.
Thank you, Chair. And I think we're just going to really use this last slot to kind of round up some of the thoughts from today, but also to focus on, obviously, one of these sort of statutory requirements of any adult safeguarding board is to conduct safeguarding adults reviews. And you might hear them called SARS, but safeguarding adults reviews and other local learning. So we wanted to kind of share with you some learnings from our reviews. Both there's some local learnings and national learnings. And some of the points here will obviously reflect a lot of the conversations that you have been involved with today, but we thought it was important to share these with you this afternoon. So we've had a safeguarding adults review in Hertfordshire, which was focused on this theme of an older person with dementia.
Possibly we could get it on the slideshow. I don't Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Jean. So what we've got here is some of the learnings from this particular sad set of circumstances, which we reviewed as a partnership. And as you've heard today, we found that there really is this very complex relationship between domestic abuse, perpetration, and dementia. And at times, dementia kind of acting as a kind of a catalyst for perpetration of abuse by either a partner or a caregiver. But obviously that's not always the case. And as you've heard in other case examples today, sometimes there has been a domestic abuse throughout sort of a relationship, which has only come to light at the point of sort of crisis and the caregiver dealing with dementia. We found by looking at this particular review that the recognition of domestic abuse and sort of the professional understanding around risk, particularly around when capacity is fluid. Sometimes our frontline staff that are out there working kind of need additional support from key professional domestic abuse officers around understanding that. And also sort of to again, this comes back to sort of the discussions we've been having around raising awareness, professional awareness, and also understanding around thinking about, in this particular case, there were some unexplained injuries, and just raising that level of professional curiosity for staff to sort of probe on any unexplained injury, in order to particularly safeguard people with dementia from any sort of possible domestic abuse. We also found, and again we've discussed today, carer stress and the fact that carer stress does kind of remains unrecognisable at times, and in this particular set of circumstances, I think very much physical needs were being met, but the emotional impact of caring for this for the partner with dementia, as I said, was very, very complex, and it is unlike caring for anyone with any other sort of condition or disability, and it can be unpredictable and progress because of the progressive nature of dementia. So the fact of carer stress
you know, is a learning point for us across the partnership. But also to say, you know, there's millions of carers out there that are caring for people with dementia, who are not perpetrators of domestic abuse for the loved ones that they care for. So again, bringing us back to, you know, that recognition of abuse by professionals, and not accepting that as part of, you know, dealing with a case of dementia. We found, and this was an interesting point, that in this particular circumstances, the individual concerned, who was the carer, was given an awful lot of information by an awful lot of colleagues who were trying to support the couple. And a lot of good support was going in there too. I have to say there was some really good practice there. But we did do some thinking around possible information overload for a carer. You know, and in reality, could they cope with the amount of signposting and information that was being given to them? So that's again something for us as a partnership and professionals in general to think about, that information overload and too many people involved in discussions with the couple. There's some. That just to say that that particular review, it hasn't been published yet or anything like that, and that will be in due course. But they were some of the common themes that came out from it, and I think they're all points that we've kind of picked up today throughout the various discussions. And then I've got some pointers on here. Again, this is kind of a roundup. So these are sort of coming from the Safer Lives work and sort of common barriers. You know, thoughts that professionals may tend to believe that domestic abuse doesn't occur amongst older people. We've touched on lack of training, or particularly on specific issues faced by sort of older victims, which obviously links to the fact that, you know, our practitioners might not have that knowledge and skills to respond to it in a confident way. And part of that research showed that older victims of domestic abuse are very likely to have lived with abuse for prolonged periods of time, so before asking or getting help. And that, you know, as I say, they may have felt additional pressures to stay with that abusive partner due to the length of time they've, you know, been in that relationship. There's issues of dependency, and again, we've touched on that today. And obviously for older people, sort of a common barrier around health and mobility, particularly where the perpetrator of abuse is also the caregiver. The research also found that older women are far less likely to identify their situation as abuse, and I think we've heard that today as well. And the final point, which again linked back to our review here in Hertfordshire, about older victims likely to have grown up in a time where home was very private domain. It wouldn't have been deemed socially acceptable to discuss your private business and matters outside the sort of family environment. You know, what remained behind closed doors stayed behind closed doors. So there's that culture as well. I won't go into too much further detail here because I think we've got time for questions, but we've got on here just to evidence to you, you know, that there's learning from, and we talked about domestic homicide reviews. Katie's given us a lot of information on that today, conducted across the country, obviously, and there's one detailed here, which was conducted by Kent, which sort of, again, demonstrates some of these sort of learning points that we've heard today. A lady with a diagnosis of dementia and her husband as primary carer, you know, noted deterioration from the GP, carer stress, and you know, the carer becoming exhausted due to his wife wandering the streets, feeling that could no longer care at home, going into a lady going into a care home after some rapid deterioration, and sadly you can see there that she came home and her husband killed her and then attempted to take his own life. and he had threatened to do this previously. So there was some learning there for Kent around, referrals going into mental health services, which was kind of raised to high risk, and that was closed. And there were the risks of the domestic abuse kind of weren't noted by professionals in that area. So it kind of highlights the sort of fact that sometimes there is sometimes no evidence of domestic abuse other than that kind of final act of abuse. But again, highlights the importance for agencies to consider domestic abuse amongst anyone with dementia. And the final point I just wanted to make, and please feel free to come in on this if you want. Obviously, we've had Katie talk to us today. We've had Vicky talked to us about the JSNA that was completed, and we do have a very detailed action plan that is reviewed on an ongoing basis throughout the year by the board. And one of the recommendations in that action plan is around the Safeguarding Adults Board developing training on domestic abuse among older people, with that particular focus on dementia. That's obviously something that we're taking forward as a board currently, and that sort of training is being pulled together. And I think there's a strength really in the work of the partnerships here, because we have a joint learning and development subgroup. So within that sits the adults partnership, the domestic abuse partnership, and the children's safeguarding children's partnership. And they have their joint focus. One of their joint focus obviously is on domestic abuse, and bringing that all together, it makes it as kind of a stronger offer to make sure we pick up as many partners as possible, because we're trying to. I think Kathy alluded to it earlier. We're trying to move, towards that all-age approach to training as well. So just to sort of give members some assurance that work is already underway and starting. So I'll stop there. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I'm aware that Councillor Vince has to leave for other things, other necessary things. So I'll come to her first if she has any other questions. If not, if you need to leave, please do. Thank you very much for your time. I'll move towards Councillor Fiona.
Thank you, Chairman. If Councillor Vince has to dash off, if she's got a question, I'll be happy to let her go first. Thank you, Chairman. Really, what's come out of today is the importance of partnership working. So I'd like to ask, what barriers are there to partnership working, and how can they be overcome?
I think there's always challenges around, I think something we talked earlier around pathways and making sure that, there are clear pathways for reporting. And I think we've had that with other pieces of work that we've done within the partnerships to ensure that when we're promoting things to our community services and the public, they're really clear about where to go with this information. And I think we're getting there with that, but I think that's still a real challenge for us as our three partnerships really, because in order for us to do all the communications and community work, we really need to be very clear. We'll be able to give very, very clear message to members of the public around that.
No, I agree with Mary, and I think in relation to the assurance that was asked earlier, as the chair, I'm assured that all agencies have got domestic abuse and safeguarding adults as one of their priorities. So for me, I've got that insurance. It's the actual implementation of that to making sure that they are able to reach all the people in the community that they are working with, and making sure that we've got one clear message from all partner agencies.
Well, in a sort of similar theme to Councillor Guest's question, can I ask you what you would like us to recommend? I'm not saying we will, but it'd be interesting to know if you have many things that you would like to point as work you might need to look at?
I think for us, we're looking at, for us, the issue, we do training, as we said, all partner agencies do their own training. As a board, we put on additional training for cross partners. I suppose it's that identification of those areas that need the additional support and additional training around, excuse me, sorry, around this specific highlighted issue of older people and dementia. And it's looking at, and it's those areas that are priorities that to make sure that they have older people and dementia as part of their domestic abuse training as well. And I know Katie has put quite strongly about it is only one group within the domestic abuse. But for us, it's as the Safeguarding Adults Board, it's one of our priorities. So we need to make sure that all agencies, when they do their training, that domestic abuse incorporates and highlights the older person with dementia to make sure that that training is incorporated with all partner agencies.
Yes, I think communication and training seem to be the two themes that are coming through most strongly today in the different guises. And just more of an observation is that when I refer to children safeguarding, it is nationally and legally identified as being an area that, you don't go near, don't work with children unless you're properly qualified. There doesn't seem to be yet that kind of national awareness might be the right word, but it's the next level, an expectation that society should be looking after their elderly. And I don't know whether there's anything that we should say about that, but I feel it's contextually would make an awful lot of difference if, I go back to this, voluntary groups, if it's part of the standard training, you had to do a course on adult safeguarding, as part of your general bundle of stuff that you should learn before you're trusted to look after a community of people. I can't help feeling that would make a huge difference.
I think the majority, I would say all the statutory partners do have domestic abuse as part of their training.
There's nothing like a statutory, voluntary, the wider. Sorry, what I've heard today tells me that it could be better, maybe, but everybody here signed up massively. But I'm thinking we, as a group, came into this role, so most of us weren't aware of the situation, maybe a little bit. And I think that would be a fair statement for most of the community out there.
There are a lot. So myself and Mary's actually the chair, and I'm a member of the St Albans Diocese Safeguarding Board, and they now have domestic abuse training that comes out, and they have that training. It's how do they get all their staff trained? And I think a lot of it's they've got a lot of staff that are voluntary, where you can have the staff, so that the staff within the churches, yes, to do their role, they need to be trained, but it's the voluntary people that don't often get the training. If they want to add on.
Yeah, and just like, obviously we're talking about statutory agency, but when we commission from private services and HPFT, I'm sure it's the same, an expectation of an understanding of adult safeguarding as well as children's safeguarding will be in their contracts. And, we give grants to voluntary agencies, maybe not so much as we used to, but, there is an aspect. I think there's quite a lot of basic knowledge out there. But as we've talked today, it's complex and there's so many other things. We're focusing on one small issue there. So it's about how you keep that awareness within the workforce, because there's so much stuff and there's such a turnover of staff, which is some of the problem. But the agencies themselves do have reference to it. I would say most of them within their policies. So we have churches approaching us, or even smaller ones. So we want to add something about adult safeguarding in there, and we only got something they can drop in. It's only a page or so, so it's easy. But I think there is an awareness at that sort of level. It's how it gets embedded down to the people on the ground, and it's hard for us because there's hundreds of agencies out there.
Yeah, just to build on Keith's point, really, when we're working with a provider for any reason, and I'm talking to providers, I'm thinking about maybe people delivering supported living for people with mental health needs. One of the first questions I asked them is, can I see your training matrix? Can I see who your provider is? Can I see what your compliance is? Can I ask what's, what level of safeguarding training do you staff have? And we can drill down into that. It's a real requirement, a real area of focus for us. So yeah, we can seek that assurance.
Thank you. I've learnt so much today, and actually so much that I can take back to my own role, and I'll have a much better idea of who to go to in the future. But in a scenario like this, could you tell me what you would do? I was contacted by a lady approaching 80 who had been it's not.
Just the record, let's make it a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's hypothetical. Who was approaching, I think, 80, who had escaped domestic violence 30 years ago and was now residing in a residential place for elderly people. She was persuaded to move back home during COVID because they couldn't see her. Now, how do you get her out a second time? Is there an option to get someone out a second time? Because I find that very difficult.
Yes, there's always an option to get somebody out a second time, and even if that person's gone back, there's always that additional help and support. There's not a barrier because they've left once, they can't leave again. So that additional help and support will always be there. So that no, there isn't a barrier for them to have left to then come back again.
So could I just ask, in this scenario, I would have gone to the Borough Council for housing. Should I not be going to the Borough Council for housing? Should I be coming to the safeguarding team and give the case to them, and then they take it on and sort out the issues?
I mean, possibly, I suppose. Well, I think we talked earlier, one of the important things is speaking to that person on their own. What do they want? So they've chosen to go back. I'm assuming this person doesn't lack capacity. So, because
can I suggest that this is getting quite particular? And I think that this is then maybe best picked up offline, and then you'll be able to get the advice from Keith. Will probably be helpful.
What I really meant was, we can take cases directly to you, and then you would direct us in the right direction.
We're saying something around about how you raise a safeguarding concern. Yeah. So there's a portal that we use, and it's got all the questions you need to answer, and it probably helps people.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to open the session to any questions regarding any of the speakers I've spoken to. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mary. I have 4 things that I want to discuss, but if in between them you'd like to put your hand up and ask questions, more than happy to. First question I wanted to direct with regards to the ICB. We are 2 authorities, Hertfordshire and West Essex, not as geography correctly. Now, we know that although there are 1 ICB, there are differences in terms of how each one decides to do the same thing. With regards to, and again, let's talk about a scenario, but it's, someone on the border goes over to that side, identified as patient with dementia and domestic abuse. They then have to feed back into the adult social services back in Hertfordshire. We know there's always that, there's always that, I don't want to call it a blockage, but, it's difficult, even for non-dementia patients to get out of that environment, particularly when they have to go back to another authority. Is that something you have looked into and discussed, specifically to something such as this?
So the cross-border, cross-boundary has been highlighted as an issue in some, certainly some safeguarding adult reviews. I think it's one of those things we learn each time, and there are many things where it goes well. I think often what's highlighted in this type of arena is where it hasn't gone well. So there's many cases where it has worked really well and people have had good support. But yes, there will always be challenges, and it's about, as professionals, arranging those multi-agency discussions, having phone conversations, getting the right people involved. And I think collectively we are getting better at doing that across all the agencies, but I think there will always be ongoing learning around that area.
I'm sorry, Keith.
Just want to be clear that for adult safeguarding purposes, it's where the person lived, or it's where the incident took place. So it doesn't matter. So some of our border areas, I think like Royston and that, there's a bit of confusion, you know, health services from CAMS and that. But that doesn't, if they live in Hertfordshire, we would look at it in Hertfordshire. If they live in CAMS, and Cambridgeshire would know that, we'd know that. And so we would sit with that team, and then it would be the difficulty the team would then have in liaising with the people providing the care and support. But safeguarding is really clear. It's where the incident plates, that local authority deals with it.
Second question I wanted to ask was, and this is a very wide remit, so bear with me. Looking at some of the scenarios that have been discussed, and so before I came here and you're reading it, you think the perpetrator of the abuse is doing it intentionally. We've seen a lot of examples where actually it's a mercy call. And we know currently there is the debate going on assisted dying and so on and so forth. So what I wanted to ask was, and again, bear with me, it's quite a wide remit, you know, we need to future-proof ourselves around this because although with normal domestic abuse, there's a perpetrator and a thing, but quite a lot of these cases, the loved one is almost trying to take their loved one out of misery, but not realizing they're causing this abuse and so on. So within that sort of complex scenario, I know Kate is desperate to come in, but within that complex scenario and the fact that at some point the debate around assisted dying and so on and so forth is going to come through, assisted suicide, however you want to say it, how are we looking at that as a future proofing and how are we dealing with this quite complex situation? Yes, sorry.
Yes, just from a specialist domestic abuse angle. So when we are looking at intentional harm and domestic abuse, because domestic abuse is about power and control. So when we look at cases, you know, tragic cases like the DHRs we've had in Hertfordshire with older people where, you know, there has been that conversation about, is this someone, you know, that has carer stress and it's reached a point, and you know, and that is always a conversation, and distinguishing between intentional and unintentional harm is very, very difficult. But because domestic abuse is about power and control, where there is a homicide, it can't be considered a mercy killing, and it is incredibly difficult. And Keith and I regularly have debates about this, which is healthy debates. Keith, I'm not putting you on the spot here. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's really difficult, but just on language, I think that's important to state. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, Katie. And what I'd just say is, anybody who's caring for a partner with dementia, it's really difficult. It doesn't matter if we put all the best services in there, it's going to be really, really hard. And there's thousands and thousands of people going through that. And vast majority do not harm their partner. They don't see that it's just not a thing. So, and the very few people who then murder the person who they're caring for, I wouldn't use that language at all. And I'm with Katie. This is a crime that someone's committed. They didn't have to do it. They could have reached out. They could have done that. Sometimes there's other things that could have been put in place, but they didn't have to resort to that. So I think we just need to be clear on that.
And I would mirror exactly what Bev said around the language. It is a crime, and I think that we would be, the purpose of today was look at dementia and domestic abuse, and I think there's a whole separate debate around assisted dying, and I'm not sure this is the right forum for it, to be honest.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I should have put a trigger warning to that one. So next question I have, looking at my members if they want to bring anything in. You mentioned training. 8.1 in the pack that you provided, there is a mention about, and we had very early on talked about the patient with dementia abusing their carer. possibly male, female sort of dynamic. You mentioned in it, you said that, you're looking into providing training around that. Would you like to elaborate a bit on that?
We have got some training that is about to be commissioned, Drew's training, and actually I think we had the first workshop yesterday. So that is training that is provided in relation to specifically domestic abuse with older people, either with dementia as the victim or as the carer. So it's looking at that. We've got five.
We've got 3 different events. 2 of them are sort of general, give you background events. And then we've got 2 introductory sessions. One is to do with families and, domestic abuse within family relationships, and perhaps with a child abusing a parent and that sort of thing. And the other one is directly related to anyone with dementia or health conditions.
Thank you. And I think the thing that's also of interest is, and specifically, and this is around IDVRs and whether IDVRs get that additional training specifically, because what was identified in some of the research and I read was about that the lack of training to be able to for professionals to ask those questions and have that awareness to be able to tackle the dementia issues. So it's that confidence for professionals to be able to ask those questions around dementia. And I'm not sure whether you do get trained in older people with dementia, but that's something that I'd be interested in. We used to have older people infos, but I know we don't have that anymore, but that's not at the moment. So, okay, that's interesting.
Do you have a microphone?
I'll borrow this one. Yesterday, as part of the training from the Drew's Choice, there was mention that Safe Places provide an older people's training as an add-on for IDVRs, but unfortunately at the moment they can't fund it. So one of Katie's colleagues who was on the call as well yesterday was asking the question if we had enough people from Hertfordshire that might be interested in developing their training, that might be something we could look into. So that is again something we can pick up with regard to training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more question. Well, I've got a couple more, but always looking at my fellow members if they want to ask theirs. We briefly touched on the demographic differences in terms of the majority of people highlighted, I think, versus the ethnic minority groups. I think it was majority, it said white, and about 11% ethnic minority. Just want to drill a little bit into that. Do you believe that 11%, like, considering Hertfordshire's ethnic minority group is probably somewhere like 10%, 10 to 12%, I can be corrected wrong, it's bigger than that, is it 19%? But so does the 11% that are coming through, do you think there is still a lot, we know there's some hidden ones, but do you think they're more hidden based around culture and other factors? Or do you think, and we've mentioned there's going to be different literature out for there. So just want to have a gauge of what you think around that.
I think Katie will probably add to this as well, but I do think that there are still gaps. So there are a number of services that some groups would be reluctant to access. But some groups may be, particularly the older generation, because of their experience potentially in the country. There's some people who've recently come to the country who might not have confidence in authorities. So I think that that's going to be an ongoing area across all types of services to improve that. I think Katie will probably add to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes back to some of the commissioning activity I was talking about earlier with the Grassroots Grants Project to try and start building on this more. Obviously, we have very clear expectations with our current providers but we still see many groups of victims underrepresented in services, and that's because they're not buying for services for those victims. They will try their absolute best. I'm not questioning that at all, but ultimately different, people who face those additional barriers to support need support that's designed by people like them for people like them. Otherwise it's not going to work. So the grassroots grant is the first sort of stepping stone towards that. And at the moment we're looking across commissioners in the county, so ourselves, the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, the ICB, at current advocacy services, and where we can go with those and join some of those up and expand more specialist provision for groups. Like I said, male victims, younger victims, older victims, there's a lot that we need to be doing. It's just how we do that with very limited funds, but we're absolutely working on it. So
sorry, yes, Karen.
So I was just thinking about the access to services and dealing with people that are new to the country. You guessed from Crane, for example, Public Health and Herts County Council have been leading on a lot of work in terms of engaging with those communities, and safeguarding in domestic abuse. I know it's broader than our dementia remit. It has been one of the key conversations that we've been having. And in terms of our own offer, mental health services are now obliged to adhere to the patient and carer race equality framework, which we're sort of rolling out and working with community groups across the county to help engage people, in the hope, I suppose, that if people feel more confident and comfortable engaging with mental health services, approaching us regarding cognitive impairment and dementia, then maybe we will see a little bit more and be able to support more victims with dementia from different communities.
So I've just come from a community team. My name's Naomi. Was an advanced practitioner in safeguarding up until yesterday. So I've got a lot of knowledge on the ground of practicing safeguarding. And one group that I found the hardest to reach was the travelling community. There was a serious demand. I'm not going to go into detail, but as a practitioner, I looked at the resources and how I could support this individual, and there was absolutely nothing. So I do feel that's a group that really does need to be at the forefront of discussion moving forward. And obviously dementia will kick into that, because I didn't get any older people. That was a younger person. But yeah, it's very difficult to support that group of people right now with the resources.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that insight. Councillor Nash.
Don't want to turn this into a debate. What you just said, no resources. Did you have issues within that community, though, getting into that community? Because I've dealt with that community and really worked with them. And I always find there's a wall that comes down, a protection wall on their part, not on me. It's kind of, this is how we do it. It drops here. So with all the resources in the world, money-wise, I'm not sure that you could how to chip away at that. It's not always about money. It's about other things as well. How do we embrace that community more? And that would go for other communities where they're tight-knit communities and protect themselves, understandably, and culturally, so I understand.
The individual themselves did want the support. Sorry, the individual themselves did want the support. However, delivering it where the family size was like twice, the size of an average family, and the refuges wouldn't be able to be a feasible option for that family. So that this individual was willing and accepting of support, but the resources weren't there to back it up.
Thank you. Just mindful of that fact with this dementia, domestic abuse, because it is specific to that. And like you're right, the remit is huge. I'm going to bring this to a close. One last thing. It's election season, if you haven't noticed. So a lot of these people, our members, will be knocking on doors. We may well be that one of us who notice something that we don't think is quite right. If a councillor was to come and say, actually, I would like to provide some training around this, I'm sure we now know where to access the services. Where would they come to? Who could they ask? Could you provide training around this to, say, our membership?
So the board is always happy to provide training. We give out a newsletter every month which goes out to members, or which highlights the training that we put on every month. Plea from me, we have given training to members before and it's been very not well attended. Sorry. So I'm more than happy to organise the training. It's just that plea, if we do organise it, it would be good that we have a board attendance.
On that final note, the onus is on us. Next time there's a group meeting, you'll all with it. So thank you very much. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. So come back. 10-minute break. So if we could come back at 3:30, please. Once again, thank you everyone that's contributed. Thank you all to questions that you've answered. And thank you to the members for bringing them. So we'll see you in about 10-15 minutes. Hello. Don't have a gavel. Just to note, we never actually stopped filming. So we were live during that break. Anyway, we don't think we did anything wrong. Look, just before I hand over to our head of scrutiny, Natalie, I just wanted to say, actually, the work has already been in place, and this is an annual thing. And I have to say, the things that you're all doing actually is amazing. And I think the things that we have caught are all the unknown unknowns, as they say, because lots of the knowns are inactionable and the work is already there and it's clear to see. So it's a great credit to all of you, actually, that, you know, all the questions we asked, you knew it, and some people didn't have to read off their notes, and they just know that the passion is obviously there. So the recommendations that will come through from Natalie will be very, very specific, and is highlighting those little areas that, let's face it, are always going to be missing. And just a little anecdote, I don't know if you all heard about the gentleman who managed to get on an aeroplane transatlantic and ended up in New York. Now you think all the safeguards and he didn't have a ticket or his passport, and all the safeguards in that industry, he managed to end up from London to New York on the tarmac. So we'll always be aware that we can't capture everything, but we can always do the absolute best that we can. So without any further ado, Natalie.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll use this opportunity to just outline what happens next. Members are more familiar with this side of the process, but I know that we've got witnesses who've not been involved before. So what will happen is I'm going to do a summary. I won't recap the morning. I will just bring out the key things from this afternoon. And then I've identified areas where I think 4 recommendations have emerged. I will then pass back to the chair, who will then lead the debate from members. This is not for officers or witnesses to challenge the recommendations. However, if there's been some misunderstanding and there's a misperception that I've given in what I'm saying, please can those be corrected now to save us the pain of doing them later. The recommendations, once agreed by this group in broad area, the final wording will be signed off by Sunny as chairman of the group. I will then prepare a draft report to substantiate those recommendations so that anybody can then see how those recommendations have emerged, why those particular areas were the key focuses for this group. A report will be produced. We like to produce our reports pretty rapidly, so 3 working weeks is when we'd like to get it out, and that will be distributed to all of the witnesses and attendees on today. So again, all witnesses are able to see how their evidence has informed not only the recommendations but the report. Liz will be asked, along with Chris Badger, for a response 28 days after the report has been published in terms of accepting the recommendations and initial thinking around that. 6 months after the report, Liz, Chris Badger and Sunny will be invited to attend the Impact of Scrutiny Advisory Committee, where they will be seeking evidence that the recommendations have been implemented and that there is an impact to them. I thought it was quite useful with what Liz herself was saying earlier. It's not just about implementation of the recommendations. You as members will want to know that they're making the difference, that you've spent a good long time today exploring with witnesses how that might be affected. So I'll just move on to the areas that came through this afternoon, which by and large reinforced the topics from the morning. I think there was further assurance from the ICB that learning from homicide reviews are looked at by the particular organisation where that may have occurred. So that could be GP, could be acute, but also work with the organisations to deliver those actions so that those organisations are not left unsupported in seeking to move that forward, but also that learning is then applied more broadly across the system. So there's learning across the system to prevent those occurrences again. Interesting to hear that hospitals are, the 2 Hertfordshire hospitals are recruiting independent domestic abuse advisors. I think that's commendable of them, and actually they're seeing an uptick in actually people coming forward. So I think it goes back to that, as many routes as possible to enable people to open up to somebody that they trust with a very personal story. You also heard positive affirmation that the movement of ophthalmology, community pharmacy and dentistry to the ICB. I know that the Health Scrutiny Committee is particularly keen on this. They see it as a long needed move that should, that will be helpful for the local system. But again, what you heard more particularly with this scrutiny is it will enable the local area to be much more vigilant around that and provide the training to those sectors to help localise and provide those direct links around safeguarding. Assurance around training, because I know that members were concerned that there seems to be a lot of training going on. Is it the right kind of training? Has it got a core to it? But understanding, the need for organisational speciality. But I think it was very helpful to have confirmed that each organisation has to have accredited training around safeguarding, which was well received. In terms of engagement, which we know was an area that members talked about both this morning and this afternoon, around really getting to some of those communities who, for whatever reason, they're not in contact with services. So a great example from the Borg team around the grassroots project, where funding is going to be available to more local organisations, which I hope can be utilised to take that engagement forward. Heard about one-stop shops. Again, Stella's scrutiny review would have heard a lot about this and was very keen to promote the concept of one-stop shops, and actually that there is a front door. That doesn't mean that all other services are disbanded, but it just means that there is a clear route in as well. In terms of training and awareness and the public perception and understanding, ability to identify domestic abuse, you heard that there is in the Borg team a dedicated communications group who are prioritising messages to the public, and I'm sure that what Katie has heard today will help to enrich that set of messages that are then delivered to the public. Community outreach, again, talked about across double districts. Again, another way of having a direct route into local communities to ensure that there is that tailored understanding of it. And you were assured that there is a strong partnership between the safeguarding team, which Keith heads up, and Katie's Borg team, in terms of ensuring that people don't fall between a gap. And that their wider needs are going to be addressed within that, and because it's a multi-agency approach. In terms of some of the recommendations that were mentioned this morning, which I will revisit, it struck me that if there is going to be advocacy being developed for Borg, whether there is the ability within that programme to develop specialist advocacy for those who are older with dementia. And I mentioned that to Katie, and she's going to give it some thought. So I think members are well placed to see that included in a recommendation. And I think that's the summary from this afternoon. So I'll just canter through a series of recommendations. I've discussed these with Liz to see whether I've missed anything that would help her as independent chair to make sure that this progresses. And I've shared them broadly with the chairman, and they've been tweaked to include those. I think there was my suggestion to the group is that identification is crucial in this, because without proper identification, people are going to remain hidden. They're not going to understand that they are actually vulnerable and maybe victims of domestic abuse, but that there is also support available to enable them to move beyond the situation they find themselves in. There's also something I think that fits within this. People described it in different guises, but it struck me that every contact counts, so that it doesn't matter who the victim meets. That organisation, that individual is equipped to ask some telling questions and probe where they think that there is more of a story to tell. And whether that is a set of questions or areas, a checklist, something along those lines that would help to identify not only that that person is a victim, but actually to try and separate out the dementia and the domestic abuse, and not to lump them together and then they are treated either as a safeguarding issue or that they're treated as somebody who needs treatment for dementia. There's actually an individual with two characteristics which need to be addressed separately to ensure that's tackled successfully. One of the other areas I've talked about the community engagement, and I would suggest to you that the next one following the identification is about community, because some of the lack of identification is either our community's lack of comfort and confidence in services. That could be due to recent memories or previous history, and how the community engagement that perhaps Borg is undertaking, or the so all other mechanisms can be again piggybacked to have a presence within the community, to hear from them, so the co-production becomes a reality and is not just lip service at the end of the day. And community there, thinking of the breakdown around ethnicity, language, age and faith. And the chairman said in particular that he would be really interested that when these recommendations go to ISAC, that there is a lot more detail about what HSAB is doing with regard to making some of those inroads into community. So I'm just flagging that up for early notice. And then a couple of other recommendations. It's around training. We heard a lot of really great news about training, the extent of it, that it's accredited, that organisations provide their own, but the board also provide additional training. I think where there is a concern is that the people who are immediately involved with this absolutely understand it, see it as a priority and know what to do. As it gets cascaded through the organisation, does that get diluted so that the frontline Bobby on the beat or person in health auxiliary in an acute setting is also able and equipped to identify that? So it's just making sure that training rolls right down to the front line. I was going to suggest that a training session to illuminate this for members. I think you've had a kind of workshop almost here today, privilege of that, but clearly there is a need for the broader membership to be made better aware of this, and that I know that Liz has provided webinars in the past that have covered significant issues. As Liz said, turnout has not been great, so I would still like to recommend that happens, but maybe I could work with Liz and the chairman to see how we can maximise the attendance of that, because we talked about mandatory training for staff, and you know, it's how we would try and reinforce this with members as something vital to their work. Thinking about the additional training needs of the IDFA and whether that's picked up within that training, and crucially, but particularly for the group that you focused on today about carers and the kind of conversations that are taking place with them. What key questions need to be asked? Again, going back a bit to that checklist, but actually having training for carers and those that work with carers, just to ensure that the support is available and the situation doesn't escalate because the carer doesn't either have the confidence to raise it or doesn't quite know what to do about it. And then finally, to finish up, I think this would be a really good, strong concluding recommendation, if you agreed. It's about raising public awareness about the perception and understanding around dementia and older people, and how that can manifest itself, and how to have a better understanding rather than the lack of perception that we have at the moment. And also around that awareness piece is around the clarity of signposting to enable people who do pick up concerns to know what to do next. what support is available. I would suggest that the report mentions the J9 project and how that could be focused, have some focus for older people, and that specialist advocacy I thought would be a really crucial role. I know that, again, using the women's safety example, that was certainly something that people who had experienced violence or some form of abuse, the witnesses who had experienced that were very, very cogent about the need for advocacy, because there are times where they do not feel able to tell their story and they need somebody who can do it on their behalf. And it sounds as though, from everything you've heard today, that specialist advocacy around that would also be powerful in moving things forward. I'll pass back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I turn to our members now. 4 recommendations have been put forward. Open to debate. Anything you feel should be added, anything you feel should be excluded? I'll start with you, Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Chairman. The whole discussion throughout the day highlighted the importance of partnership working. So I'd like to see added the importance of partnership working and also the importance of early intervention to prevent problems escalating.
Thank you, Councillor. But noted, and will be integrated in that. I look across to Councillor Watkin.
I think I will have to consider what Natalie said. She said an awful lot, but I'm brutally honest, I didn't follow all the nuance. What I will say is that typical Natalie style is it is a superb report of what we have done today. You're a star, Natalie, I know, you know I know that. So anyway, what I wanted to say was, I think Natalie's got the essence of it. I know we'll have a chance to see the recommendations when they're in printed form, and I might then want to make a few observations. I don't know, but I think that all the way through today, I have been thinking about identification, how the community at large can be made more aware of the risks to this hidden community of adults that are locked away often in homes, and really how we can then get just a greater sense of ownership, of sort of arms around them. I mean, we say as a community, we are very poor in looking after our own. You know, we just let them stew in their own little worlds. And anything that can open those doors and make us feel more considerate of their condition and how we can help them, I'm for. So for me, it's communication, it's training, it's identification. I guess those are the 3 elements I feel looking for.
Thank you, Councillor Watkin. Councillor Nash.
Everything what Natalie has said, it sums it up. That's what's in my head, and I know on paper how it will turn out. Just like to, what I didn't hear was about the data collection problem that was highlighted, and I think that's important that we look into that's looked into in more detail.
May I ask, data collection within those 4 recommendations, identification, partnership work, are you looking across the whole sector, or is it a particular data set that you wanted to?
The whole sector, how the accuracy of the data that is collected across the whole section and how it is collected as well. Because it was earlier, Emma Marriott seems to be the lead on the collection information is taken from that. I don't want to go into debate now, but a very high box against the rest. And it's just how is that to improve, to help improve on.
To help us flush that out, could I turn to our ICB experts here? We can recommend a whole lot of things, but we would like obviously to see it delivered and all that. Do you believe in the current data that is all over the NHS and everywhere, that is something we can do or something we can recommend with the view that we'd like to actually see it being done?
I think we need to be realistic for each health provider, each social care department. Every provider uses different IT services. even within a, say, a hospital, there may be 4 or 5 different systems. So realistically, unless there was one IT system across every provider, including police, social care and health, I don't know there is a better way at this stage. I'm not a data expert. I think there's a sort of more data experts within HCC than I am. I think we do a very good job, and a lot of time is spent analysing what we have. So I think I may have misspoken when I described it as not accurate. I think it's recognition that there are nuances in the data that those within the services would recognise, but external, it's not so obvious. Does that make sense?
I was just thinking about that, and obviously we had a similar conversation when we were talking about cookering data about a year or so ago. So if we really do want to think about a particular recommendation on this, and obviously with Liz's view on this, you know, it would probably be more about us as a board having some oversight of the data that is already there and doing that challenge piece as a board, so we can get that assurance, if that would work.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. I think what I can feel a little assured about is with all the data and almost like an overlap, we probably cover quite a bit, but is it, you know, is it joined up? And I think, I mean, the NHS IT system would be a week-long conference if you ask me. Keith?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that recommendation. Just say, obviously, I chair the performance and intelligence subgroup of the board, and sometimes we do deep dives into things. So we have looked at domestic abuse and older people, and obviously we have the data that we hold from Hearts County Council. It should cover that group. HPFT's data is included that, but we reach out to the partners, so Health Trust. So they're bringing stuff into that, and the police. So we do try and do that, but I think it's worth looking at it again to make sure that we're getting as much as we could into that group.
I think it for the board ownership, as Mary said, would be a recommendation that we could actually achieve.
Thank you. I'm going to go slightly off script and look at all the other witnesses we have here. Just give an indication, and if you want to speak, you're more than welcome to, the recommendations that we have come to that the board will go, that goes to the board. Anything you feel should be noted for, anything you feel we might have missed out. A caveat with that, I can't find any more money.
I think what's been particularly enlightening is the enthusiasm from the members, and if that could be shared, and their colleagues were to highlight domestic abuse and dementia, etc., across the people that they work with, I think that would have a huge impact, which would be positive.
Yeah, it feels like we've been told off twice now. Okay, me 3 times or twice. I will take it on board, and I think one of the things we could do is maybe have a summary of what we've done today at full council, where a lot of our members are sitting there, and see what we can. And I take your point. You do put on things. You put on webinars, and I'm notoriously bad at attending any of them. But the point has been made. You've done your work. I think we probably need to slightly step up. Thank you. Katie?
I might have missed this, Natalie, so apologies if that's the case, but I just think the point around the pathways, and I think probably that in this specific area, that joint ownership between domestic abuse and board partnership and the safeguarding board. I mean, Liz, you and I have sort of had a conversation about this already, but I think something about that would be positive. Just note the sort of intersecting nature of these issues. I think that would be really positive to see.
It has literally been noted, and it wasn't there, but no, that's absolutely fine. We'll do that. Looking around if there's anything else. Oh, Councillor Watson.
Just a suggestion, Chairman. If we're going to be able to achieve the greater attendance of training for members, I think it'll depend a lot how the information is put out to members. If you just say there is a training session on abuse and violence and dementia, people will have a quick yawn, turn over and get back to what they. But if you can contextualise it and put it in a contextual way that says, these are one of the great challenges that, facing adult services. We're looking for, if we can sort of sell it otherwise in a clumsy way. I think that, I'm not saying, please don't believe you're going to get 16 members, but you might get 15 or 20. I think that's the expectation. Otherwise, you could end up with 3 or 4, which 3 of them are sitting in. That would be a shame. So.
I believe Natalie is about to put me on the spot. Natalie.
I was just reflecting on what was being said and actually how we might get members out. And I was just, before Mark started, I was actually thinking whether it would be helpful as you, chair of this scrutiny, were actually fronted part of the training exercise to show that this was something that the group had thought was really important. They'd asked that the board put that training on, and you were able to talk on behalf of the other members here potentially about why you thought it was so worthwhile to do that and what you'd gained from it. And I think hearing from members could actually be a very powerful lead into what Liz and Co then detail.
Sounds like I've been volunteered to do something. Look, what is highlighted is that we all need to take responsibility, and I'm happy to take that on. I'll liaise with yourself, Liz, and I will. I've already thought of how we can try and do that, and I look at my more forceful members here for the other parties. But yes, please don't put that as a recommendation. But I'm sure this has been minuted and it's recorded. So yes, we will work on something, and we will try and get back to you. And I hope that this time next year, when we do this annual meeting, I think I'll still be here. I wouldn't be voted out just yet. That I will be able to say we have how many people we've achieved and where we got from. So thank you very much. I think this now, looks like we're just about on time. Just have to read out something statutory. So as customary, I'll confirm the wording of the recommendations of the head of scrutiny. Members of the will receive a draft report for comments with a deadline for response. Just leaves me really to thank you to the members, as always, to always bring your unique perspective on everything. The contribution from all the witnesses, which has been extremely enlightening. I always think that when I come to any event outside the debating chamber, as an authority, we do a hell of a lot that no one knows what we have to do, and we deliver it as best as we possibly can with experts and witnesses, and always with a human touch. So my thanks to all the officers that work so hard for us, even though we mostly moan about what you do. And we're leaving that, and obviously thank you to Natalie, who's been an absolute superstar and has basically navigated me through this whole process. And all it left me to say, I declare the evidence gathering concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.